Good evening, it's Thursday, April 3rd, 2025, it's 7:04 p.m. I'm going to Connecticut's Board of Finance Budget Meeting. And the meeting is called to order. It is not necessary to seat any alternates this evening. Nor do we have minutes to approve, so we'll go right to presidency. Participation is desired and encouraged. Speakers will be limited to time and appropriateness of comments. To maintain progress, stay on topic, and maintain decorum. Do we have anybody for present to speak? Yes.
Joe Colangelo, 240 Gerald Sparks. I want to talk about the possible renewal line item for the assistant recreation director. I think you guys have been talking about that. Me and these two guys, Eddie Taman, Mike Canati, have been part of that commission for 15 to 18 years, maybe 20. In that time, we've seen 8 different rec directors. Every couple of years, we're turning them over because they go to another town nearby at 1.5 the pay rate. So they're not going to stay here. So a few years ago, we decided to add an assistant rec director position because the rec director was overworked. So now the two of them work in conjunction, they get the job done. Now what you're asking us to do is eliminate the assistant rec director. We have a brand new rec director who's just learning the ropes. And you're saying, take your 40 hours a week and put another 10 on top of it because we're not going to give you an assistant. We had that assistant because that assistant was doing 10 more hours of work a week that the rec director couldn't. So we have a great chance here with a good rec director, Rachel Signor. She's a UConn graduate, sports, she's like training, sports administration. She's very smart, very capable, very into the job. She's gonna get 6 months into this with no assistant and realize she can't get her work done by the week. And so what we're saying is, welcome to Wellington. We're paying you less than you would have made in any town around us. And by the way, we're getting rid of your assistant. So we're giving you 10 more hours a week work to do. I don't see the logic in it. And I don't know why we always race to the bottom with the budget. We're not getting things done. We're like knocking the rust off of this town instead of painting it. We're not bringing people into town. We've got schools that need replacing. This is just a small part of what I see as mismanaged funds. And if we take away that assistant rec director, we're probably going to lose a brand new rec director because you're going to overwork a person that doesn't even have their feet wet in this job yet. And we promised that person when we hired them that they would have an assistant rec director. So now they're here she's here 3 weeks and we're talking about taking away that extra 10 hours a week. So I see it as unfair, not logical. And I don't know, it's $12,000 that assistant makes. So how is that line item saving the town of Wellington's budget? 12 grand? That person's been there for 3 or 4 years doing that job. It's frustrating. As working in rec, we're unpaid, we're volunteers. We have produced so much work to keep the fields going for nothing. And it's fine, we love doing it. But without volunteers, there'd be no fields. The town can't pay public works to take care of these fields. The rec director has to go pick up garbage at River Road. And they had to do it in their own car until we decided to give them a beat up old F-350 that public works couldn't keep running. None of it makes sense. So if we don't pay people, we're not going to keep good people. Same thing goes for all the people up here. It just doesn't make sense that we can't raise enough tax revenue to pay our bills and to keep good people in town. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else present to speak?
Just Nick Tello, Myrtle Road, Wellington. Just want to speak briefly on just concern seeing here some of these numbers that was posted in the legal notice. I'm sure we'll get into the mill rate. Mill rate actually doesn't really. Hopefully, people don't get too focused on that. It's going to be what is our taxes actually going up this year, and seeing total total net to be raised by taxation, looking at $1.5 million more this year than last year, which is almost a 9%, more than 9% increase. That's crazy. And I'm sure you guys know that's crazy. There needs to be cuts in this budget before this goes further, so. I'll save the rest of my time for later.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Anybody else present to speak? John?
John Blessington, 29 Mason Road. Last year, the budget failed at referendum and there was much wailing and gnashing of teeth, and I can foresee that happening again this year. Somehow, we seem to keep increasing and increasing and increasing. 2 years ago, my taxes went up $250. Last year they went up $360. Now, from what we heard last night, if it goes on what we have proposed here, my taxes would go up about $700. This is a lot of money, to me at least, and it's a lot of money to a lot of people in the town. We just heard, well, we cannot afford to get rid of a position. Okay, we're adding, how many positions? We're adding, I couldn't figure out last night because we heard several positions are being added, having hours added. We had one was going, I think, from 10 hours to 14 hours. And the question was raised, well, would that change this into a union position? Well, nobody seems to know, but we're not gonna worry about that. But it's something you should worry about. The town of Wellington, every year, our government grows, our government employee grow. And you know what, we have the same population we had 35 years ago. It doesn't change, usually towns have to increase because their population keeps increasing. That hasn't happened with us. We have a 46% decrease in our K through 8 population, yet we still need to build new schools and we still need to hire more people. At some point, I think you're gonna break the system. And you have to start thinking in some way to not cut the budget, but at least keep it reasonable. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Anybody else present to speak? James?
Yeah, Marshall, 46 Michelle Road. Just 2 quick comments on what you guys can do. The system's broken because we do nothing about it here. We keep barely reducing, or barely increasing, or not addressing the actual rapidly exponentially growing need. We're going to get nowhere, and each year it's going to look worse and worse. It's really that simple. Secondly, because there's clearly a lot of numbers, a lot of miscommunication or lack of understanding about what the actual impact of this rate is, I think it would be helpful if Donna or if you guys were to discuss what the actual mill or what the actual assessed increase would be based on the mill rate increase projected. As you have it now, it's 2.75 mils, which I think is about $235 for $100,000 of assessed value, which is nowhere near the increases that are being discussed right now, based on a 50% rebound increase. So I just think it's worth putting everything in context before we put exponentially larger numbers that are actually the case out there. Thank you.
Anybody else present to speak?
Peter Wiltindrich, 97 Jost Road. Good evening. I'm coming again tonight to express the same opposition I have, but even stronger tonight, which increase of this magnitude. That this is a steady increase in spending. Inflation, or what is being calculated for our area within Northeast, for February was 3.9%. This is triple that level of increase. How does that make sense to anyone here? It does not. There has to be some semblance of reality in this budget, because no family in Wellington is increasing their income by 10%. They're not increasing at half of that. And that is what you're asking for here, a 9.42% increase or a 2.35 mill rate increase. I served on the school building committee. We asked the same question Mr. Marshall just did. Well, what's the average home in Wellington? We all sat there and said, well, $350,000, $400,000. We were shocked to learn from our school superintendent. Granted, this was 3 years ago, and real estate values increased to some degree. We were shocked that the average home in Wellington was valued at $130,000. But that tells you something about our community. You know, we're a smaller community, we're less affluent. We don't have the resources of a Holland or a Mansfield or certainly a commercial tax base. Yet, we have budgets presented to us as if we were. And you're gonna have to sit down tonight and look at this budget, you know, in a macro sense, not talking about 11-hour-a-week positions as you were last night. You have to say to the general government budget, you need to reduce by X percentage. You need to say to the Board of Education, you need to reduce by X percentage. And go back, let those managers go back to those budget departments. Instead of trying to rebuild the budget you've been building for the last 6 months, have the people who are responsible for those budgets find the reductions that are necessary. And we're not talking about any cuts. There are 0 cuts occurring here. These are all decreases in the amounts you're increasing. You're increasing every year. This would be decreasing that level of increase so that average Wellington families can survive. Thank you very much.
Anybody else present to
You have a
speak?
hand. Not the board. Going that first.
Oh, you can go first.
Heather Allison, Aqua Farms Road. I've been a resident here for almost 24 years. And I just feel like this board is constantly kicking the can down the road. You have increases that are huge jumps in say this year because you never incrementally increased it for the last 30 years. So it is sticker shock. You're not keeping up the pace. We are not attracting new families to this town. And there's nothing that's attractive. In fact, I'm considering selling my house because I'm worried about the value of my house going down because services are being threatened, because quality of our infrastructure isn't being upkept, because we're in aging schools and, well, how did that turn out? You know, we're gonna repair them. You're also have a huge turnover rate of town municipal employees, and that is very expensive. Retention is always less expensive, more valuable in the knowledge that a person has that stays here and the services that they offer. It isn't always a $1 to $1 amount on your line item. Sometimes that $1 could equal 5 because the person that's in that position is offering more service. For example, Health and Human Services. They're asking for 4 extra hours for this extremely competent person that has really given back to the community on a shoestring budget. We have a 14% poverty rate in this town, maybe 15 now. That value isn't dollar to dollar. That is an increased value for the people that it supports. I'm not gonna get into the infrastructure because that's a can that's been kicked down the road for a long time, including projects associated with it that would have cost a fraction of what they did if you bonded it and did the work 30 years ago. It's now triple the cost. These are the things you have to take into account, and you're not, and you never have. Large increases hurt, but if you have done a little bit over time and address those issues, it's easier to absorb. And that is basic household economics. Plan for it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Kathy?
Hi, Kathy Demers, 48 Mason Road. I'd just like to say I agree with the last speaker, that I feel that we have been, you know, every year we have these budget issues where people don't want to see it go up beyond 4 or 5%, but we have to take care of things we have to. Things are more expensive. And if we don't do something now, it's going to be more expensive in the future to fix or to take care of the needs that the town has. And we need to make sure that we're supporting our current employees. I reiterate what I said yesterday about funding the assistant rec director position. I think it's really important if we want to be able to retain the current director that we have. And also there are some things in town like the Wellington Wire and other things that that person was responsible for that I think are important for communication in town. And lastly, I'd like just to say that I don't think there should be any further pressure on the Board of Education to make cuts in their budget. I think that their ask for a 4% increase is very reasonable, and it's lower than a lot of the other projects and programs we have in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Do anybody else are present to speak? No, so at this time, we'll go into appropriation. It's been a couple of weeks now with discussions regarding that. Kathy, are you? Okay. So I think what we should probably start with is how much we're going to reduce the budget requests that are in front of us. We're presently looking at the raised by taxation 9.23%. And we've learned from past experience, at least from last year, that once you get over 5%, the voters are more likely to vote down the budget that's put before them. So where do we go? I mean, Peter, he had a graph a couple of weeks ago he brought in and showed that at around 5%, that's when you start losing more and more voters, and you're more likely to have your budget voted down. So I personally feel that we should be looking at 4 to 5% increase, and that's realistic based on the voting pattern from that was set last year.
What does that equate to in dollars?
It's currently you're at 8.2% increase. And yes, your mill rate, when we worked it out last night, and we came out to 27 mills.
Yeah.
So that represents an 8.26% increase in spending.
That was with the changes to the selectmen's budget, right?
Yes, with the changes in the selectmen's budget.
Wait, are we talking about? Yeah, I'm confused. Are we talking about an increase in mill rate, or are we talking about increase in spending? Because there are two different things.
Yes,
And that's what I think everyone, there's.
so your increase in spending. You have to take it down about 1 mil, and 1 mil is equal to 655,000. So right now at 2 mils, if you want to take it down to a 4% increase, you'd have to take about 1 mil out, which is equal to $655,000.
That's after the 600,000 that the selectmen already took out.
After, that is correct.
But if we were to look at going down to 5%,
Then you'd be taking out about 550,000.
So we're showing that, I mean, because the spending increase is well under 5, right? Combined with the schools.
5.1 is the spending.
5.1, okay, because the selectmen budget is still 6.1 or
Correct.
6.2.
Correct.
Okay, so the actual spending is not going up that much, but we're having to augment because our revenue has a shortfall here because we don't have things projected on the revenue side.
Your revenue is less than last year because you don't have as much fund balance to apply. You have a little bit of decrease in the state revenue. That's a true statement. Your revenue is less than last year.
We have had a large amount of turnover this year in the town office jobs, and also there's been some in the fire department that has paid staff. That shortfall in payroll, as far as spending payroll goes, is that captured in any way? I know that normally we just wait till the news at the close of the fiscal year about where we are. And And everyone's celebrating in the streets because it brings the fund balance up quite a large amount. I'm wondering if we should project some of that a little bit more than we are right now, because everything's kind of zeroed out on the revenue side. You know, and I realize part of why that is that we've been trying to cushion the ultimate heavy impact on either reno, heavy duty reno on the schools or new build, the cheaper option, the new build K through 8. That we're trying to soften the impact of the first few years of bonding, which are out of, they're much higher. More like a, 3 million or something rather than a 2 million or something like that. So we're doing that as a savings account approach. And what I'm saying is a lot of that impact that comes off the fund balance is because we're trying to save and put money aside in CIP to pad that fall in the years that we sustain bonding. Because one way or another, we're gonna have bonding, big bonding. So I'm just wondering, can we capture a little bit more what the fund balance impact is going to be at the, in a month and a half from now or whatever? 2 months from now? Then we have.
Last time I talked about when we get to 600,000. And so that's captured in the plan. So.
What just to boil it down to strict numbers, what would I know we're going below, a percentage number that we like to carry, but what if we put, instead of 500, put 700? I'm just wondering what that makes the cut, because I'm pretty sure the fund balance is gonna replenish itself with all of the aforementioned and stuff I don't even know about probably.
So when you apply $700,000, that puts your mill rate at 26.85. Was it at even 27? So you want to figure.
So that really that extra 100,000 only takes 0.15 off the mill.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Using the 99.5% on the collection percentage that we talked about. Okay.
So you already put it to 600 and you're using 99.5. And still with the mill rate is worth 655.
I put it to 700,000 and the mill rate is 26.5.
And what was your equality figure of the 3389 to the 20 something? Was it a 2516?
It was 24.94. Is the mill rate correct?
Donna, can you put it on this? We don't have it in front of us, right?
So
Like I saw what we had last night.
yeah, this is where we are. This is everything presented today, what you have in your packets. Not with the changes from last night,
Right.
but you have the budget requests as they were presented.
Like what value calculation? This is the reduction of 300,000. Or did you make changes last night?
I did, but I put it back, so there's one.
Okay, so it's got the CFA advanced measure discussion.
So.
Got it.
Yes, as the board of finance voted. So one selectmen, I put in the one selectmen approved the budget.
That is fire, it's yellow. Is that able to be put up on the screen?
Yes, it's great. Could you sort of beyond the sunshine, something like that, stuff like that, so much.
It's in here. I don't know, like,
Will be-
Oh, it's the green button.
Yeah. But I don't.
You know,
Donna,
Yes.
Yes.
so you have it there, right?
I have there, but I don't have it.
So let's give you, I think we just have to give you permission.
Yes.
So let's get it.
Like, you have to co-host.
Think so? That's what. This is what was presented last time. It's not.
Right, but we're gonna go off of that. so-
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I do. I have one. I can share with you.
Didn't realize the case.
Yeah, it's not, it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's in the midst of.
Yeah.
Mike, I saw your participants.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me go back to your original view.
I just hope somebody tries to join us. Anybody tries to join, I'm very sorry.
It's probably the best we can do. That's clear. You just have to, you'll just have to wiggle around. She'll have to move around to the different boxes.
I'm just not going to touch anything.
Well, just in case you get participants.
No, no more participants. We've reached the fire marshal's level. Yeah.
Nothing to be like that.
Actually, I have been
Like everything else. They're gonna, I know for one small meeting that I could go to that, but I don't know if the other is.
That's why you don't have. I have the.
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you share.
I'm sorry.
Just trying to figure out where.
What do you think, Chris?
Well, so I'm just looking at what it was last night.
Excuse me, please.
I'm just looking at what it was last night
Starting point.
Peter,
and the taxes collected per mill was lower. But then it should have gone down with adding in the higher revenues, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay, that's not reflected in that.
No, I know. So right here, it says taxes collected per mill is 651,000.
Now it's 655.
Now 655, but the collection rate went up by 0.5 percentage point and $100,000 was added
Yeah.
to the,
So it's all wrong with the math there.
yeah.
Yep, and the expenditure stayed the same. Okay, so amount to be raised by taxation went down. Went down, okay, so. Okay, so the The amount to be raised per mill is based on the grand list. So that number doesn't change. Right? What changes is the mill rate, and the mill rate went down. Well, it says in taxes collected per mill.
It's higher now.
Right, so why is that?
That's our question.
Well, why is the value of the mill higher? Because of rebound. Is that what you're talking about?
No. She's just saying in her formula, it should be down. It's not. There's something wrong with the formula.
You mean the mill rate should be
Yeah.
lower than it's
Yeah.
showing up?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
That's lower at a election rate.
Oh, yes.
Now it's total
Higher.
650.
Because you made it 99
Yes.
point what last
Right.
night? Okay, thanks.
Kill the fans.
It's killing me.
Wow, anybody's about it?
They said it was stuffy in here.
Well, just hands.
No, I don't know.
I mean, we can turn them off and then turn it back on.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. And when the heat goes up, I'll turn back on.
Have a seizure. Yeah, how did you turn it on?
I think it's that right there.
Or it's you actually have to pull this string.
No.
No.
That's
There you go.
versus it then.
Thank
Thank you. You have to- What degree you got after that?
Well, when I put it back to 99%, it's 651,860. That's the amount
Yeah, that's what
per mill.
you have here.
So when the collection percentage is higher,
Goes up. Try making it even lower and see if it goes down more.
okay, so
No,
let's just say it's
collection
90%.
The collection should
Yeah, go to 90 and see what happens.
It's 592.
Okay.
So it went
let's go.
down.
Yes, if you go to 90%, it got better.
How does that make any sense?
It does.
It doesn't, but what about if you change the 500 to 600, that should change it too, that should make it go down.
Yeah, but
The amount of $500?
So,
The taxes collected per mill should go down.
I don't know what the logic is here.
well, that's bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Taxes collected by mill. That number's gonna go down because it's collected by mill.
See, I think we all know this stuff.
We know this.
You say
I mean, well,
that.
It's.
Oh, the CIP chairman.
Yes, CRP John. Well, Christina, I don't know what to tell you. I trust the 99%. But why, if you collect less than that, less people pay their taxes.
Then you would collect less.
You would collect, yeah, you would collect less dollars.
So you would have.
You have less
taxes
money.
collected per mill.
And then, okay,
And
the
then-
remaining 10% need to pay more for the people who aren't paying. So that is why the taxes collected per mill
Goes down,
goes.
right, because then commensurately, the mill rate would have to go back up, or some other way you'd have to inject money to make up for it.
Right.
What it's saying is you're feeding less.
I get it, but
Most people are paying, 99.9% are paying, so the amount per mill is less, right? Because you don't need.
Well, no, as the percentage of collection goes down.
Yeah.
Per mill
Collect-
goes down because the mill rate didn't change, it's the success that changed.
So what we need is the rest of those people to pay the taxes.
99% seems pretty.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Well, reasonable.
Yeah, we've
Okay, so
consistently collected.
in conclusion, as the percentage collection goes down, the amount collected per mill goes up because the remaining people need to pay more to make up for the people who aren't paying. So we got that,
Okay,
okay? But
that should,
let's do the opposite. If it goes up, or what, you know,
So if you made it 99.5, it should, like last night, it should have reduced that 651,
it should make the 651 less
instead of
because
more.
more people are paying.
So there's some reverse factor in the formula that's working against that piece of a percent, do you think?
And if 100% of the people pay, 1 mil is 658,000, which makes sense.
Which is what?
It would be, you know, the grand list, the adjusted grand list is 658 million. So if 100% of the people pay, 1 mil is 658,000
Okay.
because it's per thousand.
and then, okay, so then if you increase the applied fund balance by 100 or 200, that should make the value of a mill go down. If you apply more fund balance.
The value of the mill is a factor of the grand list. Doesn't matter how much then the mill rate, the more the fund balance you apply, the mill rate goes down.
Yeah,
But the value of the mill always stays the same
okay,
because it's based
so,
on.
yeah, so I'm just thinking of the mill rate.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yes, a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Donna, I'm not sure I'm understanding this right. Right now, you're showing a 1.78 mil rate change.
Yeah.
And I think if I did my math sort of close to right, that would be maybe just about 5% change increase in taxation.
Yeah.
Is there a way to verify if I'm doing that right?
I'll do it. I'll
I
get,
took the current mill rate
yeah. The
and
equivalent,
then tried to equivalent it and add that, and I think I came up with like 5.1 or something.
okay.
That's what it's the tax. Yeah, I think so. That's 7, yeah. I should be on, so. January 1.78, I'm ready to read all that.
Well, I got 7%.
Yeah. 7.1.
So I have an increase
I'm
of
doing something
1.78, which is. One point seven eight mils. Is 117.14.
I did my math, that's why I asked you to. Because I kind of did it wrong. Increase in spending is not the same thing as taxation.
Well, how do you want to proceed? I bet we're pretty close to 100% election rate.
Well, and I asked this last night, what was it actually last year?
It was I think so. It's 99.7
And it's never,
or something like that. It's pretty high. It always is high.
well, I know, but it's never 100.
It's never
What if we-
100, but it's usually more than
What if we put
99.5.
the,
Yeah.
Very few people.
That's like quite a safe number, that's, yeah, we got a track record of it, why not
Yeah.
have it higher than that?
And that's like one of those margin of error things where,
Right.
you know, it just ends up building the fund balance, which is why we always have a fund balance surplus to apply. So, you know, but it's there.
Except I don't trust the 655,000.
I guess the gap I have with this, so where are we? Do we have a recap that's clear about what the dollar amount is that we're talking about? Because to get to so 5% year over year, you're saying by this document translates to 8.8 spending growth in the new revalue world, or what is that? I'm not sure, I'm having trouble getting from budgets that are around 5%. Well, altogether, you're at 4.75. And where, in that gap, other than the fact that we're underrepresenting the revenue that we know is coming, or that we know we have that's beyond this, because we've zeroed things out, and of course, it shows, less in investment earnings. We were frugal in the first place. What are we at as far as interest fund balance on that, what we budgeted at
197.
197, yeah. What are we at in actual dollars?
We're tracking to get that. 7. So we had,
Thought we already exceeded it.
we did not exceed it.
Okay. Do you know what we are at
No,
with that?
I don't have that.
I think the last time we looked at it, it was gonna come in spot on, is what it said.
Yeah.
So we're backing it out because in the budget coming up, we're projecting less interesting.
Yes, because we have to keep a minimum in our checking
Right.
to offset the fees.
Oh, so we're
So we have to set
factoring that into
like some interest.
Yeah. the bank guideline for how much we have to have in our.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't see how we could cut $650,000
Additionally,
additionally, yeah.
yes.
Yeah, not shutting down entirely.
Yeah. We have to just decide like, okay, we are gonna fix the fire departments and we're not gonna fix the schools and we're gonna just shut down some departments. Like that's what $600,000 would mean, because we don't have it.
Look, I just want to say that, the net increase is what, 35% in tax value. But for real estate alone, houses, it's 46% net, I believe. It was 47 for the housing, and then there's the other properties that fit in the other categories. So the net, it seemed like the net average was at 46% growth because of a reval that was, by the way, put off for a pandemic. So it's catching up on the real value of real estate in town. And I realize a lot of people feel like, well, I live in the same house I always did, but the fact is, it is growth that has not been captured before, and now it's been updated. I don't know that we can in one operating year wipe out all of that pain of revalued property that's in a better category. Or that's now at its closer to its real value, and I'm sure. Knowing that, you know, the tax assessor, I'm pretty sure it's modestly done or done with much experience and care. So, I don't think that we can just wipe that out. I think we have to, it's kind of why we're sort of struggling with this in part. We're trying to make it like transparent or just, make up for it, and I don't see that that's possible.
I think another large part of the problem, or not a problem, I guess, but another large part of the debate that we're having is that the town seems to be at a crossroads of its self-definition. We have half of the population that is really clamoring to define ourselves as not kicking the can down the road. We've had half of the people here talking to us about how we have to build our infrastructure. We have to build for the future. We have to be considering the projects. We have to be considering the people. And we've got half of the population saying we can't be raising taxes. Well, we can't do both. And we have a lot of people coming to the Board of Finance saying two very conflicting messages, and we can't do both. So how do we as a town define ourselves? And I think that's something that we need to leave up to the population. The population has got to vote on this, and as a town, we have to decide who we are. Are we the people that continue to keep taxes in some people's minds artificially low, but in some people's minds where they should be to keep the town where it has been, a small town? Or are we the town that builds the infrastructure and builds whatever it is that they want to build? Who are we? That's what we have to decide.
Well, if you want infrastructure, you need revenue. You get revenue, the best way to get is development and so forth, and sensible development. But you need it.
Yep.
You can't, your household, say your income doesn't increase, you can't spend more every year, you'll be broke.
Yep.
There's a lot of things we all want.
So we have to weigh the
And
wants.
a lot of us can
versus
pay
the
more
needs.
taxes. But it's not fair to those who can't, either. We gotta think of everyone. Peter?
Just a question, because I'm a little confused by what Stephanie's suggesting in terms of capturing what she believes to be increased home value. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding always was when you're in a reval year, there's a equalization of the mill rate. And that right now, if I took my home value and I applied the new mill rate because of the equalization, my taxes, unless I added a garage or remodeled my kitchen or whatever, would be exactly the same. And the only increase is if we increase spending. But if that's not your understanding, I'd like to know it. Because that's the way it's historically been done in town. The mill rate is lowered. You start out at the same place, and then when you go to the budget that year, if you want to increase, and perhaps Stephanie does, or perhaps I do, then you know what your increase is, but it is not an increase based on value
No,
of home
I
increasing.
understand the formula of it. However, reval also invites another look at those properties that, and in context with the rest of the marketplace. But another look might mean that things were not noted before that are now noted.
We have 16
So-
homes, yes.
So, no, not numbers of houses. Values of the properties that exist. Things that have been added, things that,
Agreed.
that have not necessarily gone through the full process of permitting, if you will, or something else. Or that there's something that makes it more valuable in today's market than in the market 10 years ago. So, I think there's, part of it's the marketplace. So I think there's an asterisk there. But I know what you're saying, like just in sheer numbers, If my house is exactly what it was 7 years ago, why should it, why should it be anything but equal and we just do the math? If we have no spending, and we're not at a place where we can have no spending. So that's kind of a false. Yeah. I mean, you can't run this town and with the long-term issues it has as far as investing in its future. And say, this budget isn't gonna go up and maybe at a quicker clip than it has.
I wasn't suggesting that. What I was asking was, are we starting at a zero baseline and then defining how much more we want to spend, which I think is an important distinction. It can't get lost in this nebulous, well, these homes are worth more, so maybe the mill rate should really be starting at a higher baseline. I don't think that's true based on what's always been done in Connecticut in every town I'm aware of, where the baseline is zero. The increase is based on actual new homes, actual improvements, and then the real increases in spending increases, which we're grappling with now.
And the other piece of it is that we have, like revenue that's just going away because the building projects at the truck stops have ended. We don't have the permitting, we don't have, all of those stages that have helped us in the last few years.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So, I understand we're in a different place overall.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could suggest, if we could at least start going through these numbers here and reducing the budgets that we're able to reduce and see where we are at the end. And then go from there.
So, but still, do we have a target? Because to me, that's really hard to just start slashing, without the context.
We're not really slashing, we're reducing what's being requested. So if we just go through and we start looking.
What
at
do you
these
mean
numbers,
reducing what's requested?
the budget request.
No, but I mean, what I'm saying is what's the target amount that we're saying we need to
Yeah,
cut?
I understand what you're saying, and I don't know if there's going to be agreement amongst everybody on what that target should be.
So we 8.2% now increase to the.
Yeah.
Are we
8.2%.
Yeah.
And to get to 5%, we needed to drop 550 grand.
50,000.
Yes.
If I may, just to be clear, all those numbers are already capturing reduction in spending, the capital reserve, right? So to Britt's point, you guys are making that decision already as it stands now, of this being of what type of community this is, as it stands, because you have reduced spending to capital reserve by 5%, as you have it stated currently from last year. So just keep that in mind and look at this, because it's again, you're having those conversations and I appreciate it. But right now, all of the math on the screen it already has that factored in. Yeah, thank you.
We're gonna start looking at these and reducing.
Could we first maybe agree that we would use some fund balance? I would kind of like maybe clear 150,000 of it towards fund, add that to the fund balance. Just to take a
650 total or?
We're at 700.
Oh, it's at 700 now? Yes, okay, I think that's good, that's good, actually.
Yeah,
Can I ask what percent is left behind? That's the
Well,
key.
that leaves another
9,
nine.
8.9 or something like that. Right?
So that's a good estimate, that's a good number.
Which is not bad because I mean, our targets, our sway as a Board of Finance, it's not official, but our working guide has been between 8 and
So
12.
it's 8.9 now. That with 700.
Yeah,
Yeah. But we have inklings that there's gonna be a lot returned this year.
right.
We
do.
have, we have more than inklings. We have,
Yeah.
we know.
We have some real,
So,
some real knowledge of that.
um,
Suggestion that the money that comes back should go into the CIP.
can't really do that,
No.
not directly.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so it goes.
The problem with I'm just gonna say this because the problem with the CIP is it's not, it's basically, in simple terms. The money in the school reserve and in the firehouse reserve is a savings account. That is savings account, so that when we do bond, which I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that the lion's share of residents agree has to happen in one way, shape, or another. Either full renovation of both schools or consolidated in one, which is more expensive than of the three options, more expensive, or building a new school. Either way you look at it. But we have some things in our favor with state share that they're committing to of what they would pay, which is now closer to 80% than it was 3 years ago when it was, what was it?
63 or 67.
63, yeah. Okay, so that's a huge difference. Anyway, what we're doing, what the selectmen did by taking 300 grand out of the school reserve is take 300,000 out of your savings account and applied it to all expense. So it's all being spent instead of saved. That's the difference to me. That 300,000 is not being spent right now. It's being saved to cushion the impact on the taxpayer, which is gonna happen if we ever address these buildings. And I think people said, and I'm pretty sure on all sides of the political aisle said, we want to fix them. We want to address them. We know they're old. We know they're crumbling. So I just want to say that because that choice is a step backwards. And the selectmen have balanced their budget on the CIP before. That was a unanimous vote on the board, except Pete abstained, and I understand why. And that's it. So I don't know that was represented when they made that cut.
The Christina, you wanted to put 1.5, how much?
I think we should put 200,000 and add 200 to the applied fund balance.
So that'd be 900.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, so.
700, I did set 5 when the business
So
manager
from
gave.
the 500 yesterday,
Right.
add 2. But adding, yeah, so adding, oh, I know, but it wasn't there before. When we walked in here, was it there?
Been there all day.
So from last night it was there?
No, I
Okay.
said
Oh.
before, you
Okay.
said 150, I said 200. And I
Okay,
think she
then
put
forget
it.
That doesn't help us. Today,
It doesn't help.
No,
us
we're still at 550 grand to get the 5%.
yeah,
Where the heck would that come from? And we talked last night about not adding jobs and things like that.
Right.
You know, we had a discussion.
well, we can definitely make some
What's that?
cuts, I don't. That aren't gonna be popular, but. We can, I just don't think we're gonna find $600,000. $650,000 here.
I mean. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get that high either. That feels like firehouse sale, or. Fire sale, I mean. We're really cutting our prices. No, one of them.
We got
One of them
firehouse?
can't sell.
We can sell.
No, I think we wanna buy one. Or something. I'm hearing we wanna buy one. That's part of what the savings account is for.
right, so which one are we looking at to start going through it?
Well, we can start rolling down the list and.
Oh, here, let's.
Change or.
Sure, Kobe,
I'll-
or we're-
So you're gonna go off the
Yeah.
position.
Let's start this up. I will make a motion to fund line item
Yes.
121 probate court for $4,142.
Second,
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous. I mean, most of these are mandated. You can't.
I'll make a motion to, for line item 126, to accept the election officials for 75,166.
second,
All those in favor?
No,
Well, we get discussion.
discussion, I think that one's got some play in it.
Where's the breakout at?
Well, if you go to that budget, it's, I don't know which line items exactly, but I do know that they have a municipal primary budgeted, and I think it's very unlikely, it has happened before, but I think it's very unlikely to have a primary in the fall. Yeah. So if the thing is, I think I'm not sure how it fits in with the early voting. But I do know that it totals like about 3,000, like 2,900. So I don't know if that's under election expenses. I kind of don't want to mess up their budgeting. Do you know, Donna, where it would come under 300 election expenses, or would it be? I mean, I think the early voting expenses are pretty low. So,
Oh, we're not supposed to tell them what line to cut, right? We're supposed to tell them.
right,
Yeah.
right. So out of the whole thing. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We don't really need to, thank you. We can keep it simple. So, if you wanna, I mean, that's just. I don't know. I think it's almost better to put the ones off that we were talking about cutting till later. It's kind of unfair to go in order of this. Of this in terms of cutting, but that's,
What was the number?
I'm gonna say 2,900.
Oh, maybe that even 3.
Make it an even 3, I think they can handle the $100.
Yeah.
Motion then to approve election official budget at 72,166.
second,
More discussion.
Any more discussion on that?
No.
Can I just make a point there? You were in discussion of a previous motion.
Sure.
You went into your motion now. Any motion for the 75,
You're right.
66.
You're right.
You can pull back. I just want you
You
to.
could have done a friendly amendment.
Whatever.
Yeah,
We'll withdraw the previous motion to approve by election official line 126 for 75,166.
no, what are you gonna make it now?
And we're gonna put in a motion for line 126 election officials for 72,166. Change of $3,000.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous?
and I just wanna let you guys know, I'm gonna try to keep track of who does the firsts and the seconds, because Lisa is gonna have a hard time seeing that on the tape. And it's a lot, so I'm just,
Well, either that or whoever's making the first or the second, they can announce their name.
yeah, it could get hairy,
Jeff's gonna stop making.
You're the
motions.
secretary. You're the secretary.
Yeah.
You get the work tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying name.
I haven't got it that much of a charge out of you in quite a while.
Is there any fat in our budget?
Yeah, there's $1,200 in miscellaneous expenses.
Where's that? In what?
In hours.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah,
I have a vendetta against miscellaneous expenses, just saying. Wait. That's fine. The 18 is showing.
wait till you see what I did with 15,000.
Is there a date?
There's a motion.
Do we need that? We don't know. What do we use it for? Have we used it?
It's never been used.
No, so let's cut it.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we,
On the line.
fund line item 131 Board of Finance at $3,818.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, any abstentions? Who was the figure?
3818. And that the cut is 1,200.
$33 treasurer.
I didn't see, I didn't have anything for that. Yeah, I don't have to.
That's not the one exchange dollar.
No. So I'll make a motion that we fund line item 132 treasurer at $12,030.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Abstentions? Nays? All right, it's unanimous.
133 auditor. That's contractual.
Yeah,
Pretty solid number.
Right,
I
so
move that we appropriate, is that right?
Accept the budget.
Accept the budget of the auditor for 50,400.
second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The abstentions, so it's unanimous.
I'll move refund line item 135 Board of Assessment Appeal at $1,624.
Second. Oh,
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I should recuse.
Opposed? Any abstentions? So it's unanimous.
Make a motion to fund line on 161 Conservation Commission for $1,500.
second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Don't fight over it.
The abstentions, so it's unanimous.
Yeah, I have a couple things for planning and zoning. Did you? Okay. I mean, okay, so. Yeah, so there's a few things that they haven't acted on that I know there's money there to keep going. It leaves, let's see, does someone have that budget?
Yeah.
So if one is the zoning regs project, I'm thinking, it has it hasn't spent any of it this year. It's trying to raise it 2,000, so I'm suggesting we take that 2,000 growth down, still leaves them 1,500. They haven't spent anything on it yet. I know there's good reasons. I know they probably want to amp up the project, but I'm thinking they can use the half year as an advantage or, carry over. Okay. The other thing I'm questioning, same kind of thing is the GIS project. They have no growth there, but they have 3,300 that in the fiscal year 24, they spent 900 on the 1,300 budget allotment, so they're 400 under. This year they haven't spent anything yet. I know they're still working and some of it may come to fruition later at the close of the year. But 3,300 is still a clip up. It's already 2,000 up. We did that last year. I don't think we should keep doing it. I think, I was thinking, 2,300, actually, out of it, so that leaves them what does that leave them, well, it leaves them 1,000.
And then
I mean, maybe we just make it 2,000 out.
there's the document preservation line, which would, they spent 2,300.
Yeah,
24, they asked for 5,000 this year, haven't spent anything, they asked for another 5,000 for next year.
no, they just asked to carry it over, yeah.
Yeah, they asked. for the
I'm
same.
suggesting we cut that to 200. Because I know it's the project that they did when they
What are they
took all the
asking,
molding.
5,000?
5,000.
They're asking 5,000 again, so
Cut it
make it
down.
3,000.
Yeah.
So altogether, that would be 6,000 off.
What about the advertising? I don't,
You gotta do a certain amount.
yeah,
That,
I'm not saying cut it all, but if we could, they're asking for
2,000.
2,000, if we went back to 1,000.
We haven't been doing much development lately, you know. It's up, that's for sure, like any project, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm conscious of the fact that, we don't really wanna nail revenue gathering or potential places, but I think 6 is a pretty hefty cut, actually. But
Cut 6,000 from that one.
Yep.
so I would move to, is there a motion on the floor?
No,
Yeah.
Okay.
so.
I mean, is it for purposes of discussion? It's, I would move for planning and zoning, to, accept the budget with or to accept the amount for the budget of planning and zoning at, 158,509, representing a $6,000 cut.
Second.
Those in favor say aye. Aye.
I abstain with the chairman, so it's, I'm not gonna abstain on that one.
Any opposed? No, all right, so all for self, you abstain from voting on that for the record.
Nick Murder, just. Is it appropriate to police the department's line items themselves, or should it be more so looking at the bottom line number? So what we're doing is we're gonna give them a dollar amount. For us talking about it, we're just seeing like where we could cut. We're not actually saying. Planning and zoning
We're
has to
at-
take it out of.
Here.
GIS or
We're
whatever.
offering a rationale. They can take 6,000 out of another place.
They can do whatever they
Yeah,
want.
they have room in their budget.
Yeah, I'm
to
not
figure it
necessarily
out.
against it, it just seems a little intrusive to say, well, this is why, you know what I mean, cause you're kind
Well,
of digging
well,
into
but
it.
it would
be-
I'm not necessarily against it, just
No,
kind
actually,
of
it's.
weird a
It
little.
would be arbitrary for us to just throw out a number.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
and irresponsible.
We gotta
Yeah.
talk
It's
about something, you know,
irresponsible to
they
just
could,
say, hey, here's a big,
so we could say, oh, well, you know, we're gonna spend it on GIS, because we
Okay.
need to, and
Yeah.
think somewhere else.
Yeah.
priorities are important, they play into it.
Sure.
And it's also not a good idea to say, well, you have $164,000 budget in planning and zoning. I don't know what that's for, so I think you need $100,000.
Yes. I was just curious on the appropriateness of it.
Yeah, we're looking at what they've spent in the past.
Yeah.
They've spent,
It's very unbustling.
Thank you.
ZBA.
Okay,
Make a motion to fund line item 172 zoning board of appeals for $5,350.
Second.
Your discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous.
I will make a motion that we fund line item 175 economic development at $18,000, which would be a $5,000 cut for those signs.
Discussion, what's your reasoning?
wait, second,
Yeah, so my reasoning is the signs, it was the $5,000 thing, which just is a nice to have, not an essential. And that's $5,000.
I'll second.
no, I already did.
Oh, already.
Great. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Jeff Brusack, abstaining from voting on that. There's $22,500.
18,000. Yeah, 18.
Okay, yeah.
Move to fund line item 176 inland and wetlands, $2,000.
I'll second it.
All those in favor, say aye. No discussion.
I mean, I know it's flat. This is just discussion, I'm not suggesting anything, but they haven't. The past few years, they haven't spent near what they're asking for, so I don't know. If we need to keep it at, it's only $2,000, so I don't want to nickel and dime, but could, every little bit counts this year, right?
It's mostly for advertising, right?
That's general expenses is the big one, it's only $750. Like I said, I'm not.
Actually, there's no reason not to just cut it to 1,000 because they haven't even come close to 1,000.
Yes. They, like so far this year, they've spent $455,
And last year and the previous year, they didn't hit that.
$350 and $450. So
Could I,
if we-
so Jeff, do you want a friendly amend 1,000?
No, I just wondered if we want to touch base with anyone who's on call or anything, or just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's here from,
What are you doing tonight?
Yeah, can we go back to the screen?
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be.
Well, Kathy might know something about that, or Shabbat if he's on.
Whoever X is, this is what I love about them. I Zoom.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of hard.
And that might be Elon Musk.
Doge.
Kathy Demers, I don't know anything about their budget, but maybe Ralph might because he's on in the wetlands. I don't know if he's listening.
Oh, Ralph's right underneath you on the screen.
Don't know if he's listening though. I don't know.
That's fine.
I am listening, but
Hey, Ralph.
I'm not aware of what Mr. D'Amato has put together for our budget, so I would be a poor person to ask questions from. Sorry, I can't help.
Thanks, Ralph.
Let's go with a track record then.
Yeah, are we, did Jeff accept the amendment?
I'm just thinking about it.
Oh, he's.
All right, so I'll amend the motion to fund 176 inland and wetlands for $1,000.
Yeah. I know he's coming in front of us if they.
Oh, well, oh,
Walter would have to accept.
Wall,
He's the
Wall
second.
has this accept the friendly amendment.
Oh, sorry. Good.
We're ready to vote?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions?
And technically, the public hearing, if somebody could come out and say,
yeah,
Yeah.
all right, well, contingency.
I move to zero out the BOF contingency. And you know. That's the, you know, just because I think. I don't know that it needs to be in the next fiscal year. At some point, that was for, I'm doing discussion. I move that we accept zero for the BOF contingency.
second,
Is that the right way to move that?
Yeah.
Okay,
All those in favor, say aye.
well, wait,
Well,
we
now
gotta
we gotta
discuss
discuss
it. It's a $15,000 cut.
Okay, so what's that line exist for?
It exists for, frankly, it exists for getting some expertise to advise us and inform us in the process of bonding that this town has not done at more than a $3 million rate for the library 17 years ago.
Okay.
So I don't think the town has the expertise behind it to do the smartest choices on bonding unless we're schooled better than we are today. That's my thought. That's why it's there. That's why we kept it from the last 2 years, I think. Mike?
I could offer some history on that. In past years, that has been tapped at times also for legal. If there was something unique to a Board of Finance process and the selectmen's budget had used up all their money to pay for the town attorney, or it was
That's
more
right.
appropriate for the Board of Finance to pay to answer those questions
That's
instead of
right.
taking it from the Board of Selectmen's allotment for the town attorney. That's what it was used for. So just so you're
I like it being
Thank you.
there, actually, and, thanks, Mike, because that's right. That's exactly right. There are times when the Board of Finance is sort of its own legal entity, and it's,
But we've also gone 5 years without paying for the
we
town
haven't
attorney.
done it.
So
So this year, it seems like it needs to go for the team. Go to avoid cutting that out of someone else. That's my thought.
Yeah. Agree.
I did.
Motion was made,
I
yes.
did.
Yes, Steph made the motion, Jason seconded it.
Yeah, we were discussing,
We just
so all in
discussed.
favor.
All those in
Are
favor
you-
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The extensions, unanimous.
Before I make a motion about Parks and Rec, Donna, does this 94,000, is that after the 12,000 was taken out?
The 12,000 is still in there.
Okay.
It is. So is that? Go ahead. Did you
No.
want to? I wanted to ask a follow-up question on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we use the savings and the new savings that we've realized, the additional 12,000 for benefit advantage? I think that you mentioned.
Yes,
Can we use that for, to replenish the assistant director?
yes.
So is that 12 taken out already of the budget?
No, you just said no.
Neither one is.
Neither one is
So there's 24,000.
correct.
Okay, so we have a savings of 12. I think we could reduce Parks and Rec. Or leave that cut as is, or take that out. I guess that is 12,351 for the assistant director,
Yes.
but replenish it with the other line that will be in the benefits line. Can we do that? How do we do that?
I don't think we have to do anything because you said that the 12,000 hadn't been taken out of this 94,000.
And the benefits are in a different line item.
Okay, so we'll leave it there. Okay, we'll leave it alone.
But so how do we reconcile it though? If the selectmen already made the cut to Parks and Rec
Yeah.
and it's not reflected here?
They didn't because Parks and Rec is not in the selectmen's budget. They just made a suggestion to the Board of Finance.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's like never happened this
Okay.
discussed.
But I just want to say, it will be kind of covered by that other line, right? That's
Yes,
to the good. Where does that line show up?
831 under employee.
Employee insurances,
Yeah.
like you had, that does not reflect it in this number yet, right?
That's not.
So yeah, I think we should leave it as is.
Yeah, I think we should either leave it as is or, what? I think we heard from Pete. Last night that his thinking was it would take a little bit of time for the new person to hire someone. So my thinking was, well, and he thought that would take a whole year, but it sounds like that's not acceptable. They're gonna want somebody sooner than that.
Yeah.
But maybe we don't need to fund the full amount for the full year because it would take a few months before someone would be in that job.
So like 9,000,
Yeah,
like 3/4 of a year?
yeah, just cut it by a few thousand.
Take 3,000.
I'm looking, is Joe gone?
Yeah,
What does Mike think?
was my thing. Are you
in those, insurance, like insurance benefits that you're not paying the new director? Or was it
Well,
the savings
no.
between the months that no one worked?
It's, we're projecting that there's gonna be a couple of months where no one's gonna be working in that job.
So that's where you're getting the savings on 839,
8:31.
831.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, a few thousand
yeah,
based on the fact that we have no one at this point.
And it might take
Yeah.
3 months to find that person.
It's, I'm sorry, it's not without precedent. It's been done in other departments where you've had gaps of positions filled and those funds are used to fill other things within that department.
right.
or positions.
well,
The difference with Parks and Rec is that it's a transfer out. So,
Right,
so
right.
it just ends up in their fund balance if they don't use it, and it just accrues. Same thing with the library, so,
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if you cut it, it's not such a big deal.
right,
It's no different than we've had, my point was, we've had a surplus before when there's downtime for positions. And
Right.
that's a waste, so.
yes,
That's
that's,
not without precedent to say.
Yeah.
So we have no one
Not,
in that
don't
position.
factor in as much.
There's a savings, you already have the savings because no one's in the position.
Yeah.
right.
yeah. I guess I just wanna, reject the idea that we should just not fund it completely for a whole year, because a year from now, we'll be sitting here talking about putting it back in, and it'll be hard to do, and it was hard to do the first time, so we don't wanna lose it.
So
So,
I'm not sure.
so I think, so my motion is to fund 004 transfer out Parks and Rec. $91,000. Which would be a $3,516 reduction.
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Well, is the discussion done?
If that there was discussion.
Oh, we kind of did discuss it,
We did
but let's, but as the motion
All right.
is, I'm good.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, any abstentions? Unanimous. We'll move on to the Board of Selectmen.
I when we come back to the Stony thing.
Yeah, why don't we save like this? So maybe
Well,
it's for
the
the,
first one though is just the basic stuff, isn't it? It's, well, it's not the full like selectmen's general government, but it is just. Like
Oh,
their,
just the
their-
category.
Yeah,
their
like
salaries.
admin assistant and stuff like
it's a
that.
lot
Yeah.
of salaries, things like that.
Yeah,
Is any of this reflecting adding people?
Um,
Where would those be reflected at?
So that's in the public works budget,
Okay.
mostly. Public works.
where does the, is Pete still here?
He's not online.
Where does the,
I'm-
custodial come in?
Town office.
Okay. No, we can, town office operation. It's several. of them. Okay.
so that,
I know. Too much paper. Hey,
okay. I haven't, do you guys want me to tell you what it is?
yeah,
Okay, so it's the administrative assistant salary, CIP salary, that, secretary salary, the selectmen salaries, Memorial Day and car show,
That we never spent.
cell phones, advertising, training and education, office supplies and dues. For CCM and CROG. And then there's something new called the community engagement.
Is that for the 300 year?
It's 3,000.
Yes.
But then there's
Yes,
a,
'cause that was-
but then.
No, it's at the three.
No, it's a
It's the 3,000 for the.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 3,000 for the tree, yes, and that has the
The
budget
300th
offset
anniversary,
from the
yeah.
cannabis tax.
Right.
So that's what, how we get to 168,000. So there's nothing new there.
Feels like it.
The only line item that is up significantly is advertising, which went up from 2,785 to 5,190.
My guess that's based on actual costs, because I think the Chronicle's gone up quite a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, because so far this year they've already spent 3,500, 3,600.
yeah.
What was the reasoning for 126 for it to go up as much? That's the line that says that, oh no, it's your total, sorry.
The admin billing,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So is there a motion?
Make a motion to fund line item 111 selectmen for $168,920.
Second,
All those in favor, say aye.
For further discussion.
We have discussion. Now,
I know.
any further
you have to
discussion?
ask, yeah.
No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
I,
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
that was just.
All right, make your motion, no one stop.
Yeah. we can do it either way.
I'll make a motion to fund line item 130 accounting services for $307,302.
Second,
We have any discussion?
That's just Donna's department.
Donna,
Don't matter exactly.
Yeah. Wait, who seconded that one?
I second it.
Can we go back to the full screen up there and see who's on there for, end up there?
No, that's just the
So-
house.
Okay. There it is.
I move that we accept the budget of the assessor at,
Wait,
oh, can't
We
do
didn't,
that?
we didn't finish.
we gotta vote on it.
We gotta vote on the prior one then.
Oh, we haven't voted,
So.
sorry.
So we were getting this discussion
What's the
about the
problem?
discussion, but we didn't go into whether we all agreed.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions?
That was me moving along, sorry, Chair. But I will move that we accept the assessor's budget at 150,905 and note that it's showing a minus 7% year-over-year increase.
Second,
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous? Revenue collector,
Can we see that sheet?
you put the sheet back up there now.
They're out of order.
Yeah, I see it. I saw 137.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll move that we accept the revenue collector's budget at 110,496.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I just want to note, it is up, but that is one of the departments that I believe had a mandated adjustment in the salary line. There's 4 of them involved.
yeah,
That's one.
yep.
So that's what it is.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unanimous? Town council?
Make a motion to fund line item 141 town council for $52,500.
Second.
Any discussion? No, All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unanimous?
Move to fund line 151 town clerk for $123,555.
Second,
Any discussion? No, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous?
Fund line item 181 town office operations for $284,793.
Second.
Any discussion?
yeah, I have a couple things in that. Did you, is it okay if I go ahead?
Yeah. Go ahead.
One was, I think, there's a custodial line that's up quite a bit. I didn't understand why. But I don't think the town office building has changed in its. Do you know, Andy?
I don't know.
If there's any needs that have changed that would affect custodial?
It's dramatic.
Because, yeah, it was pretty
Yes,
dramatic,
here's the
so
story.
I have a 4,000 cut on my list for it.
Donna's got a story
Okay,
for
there's
us.
a story.
Okay,
So we are in a 2-year contract that is ending, but it's our second, but it's the second year of a contract and the cleaner has not increased the rates now in 4 years. He asked for an increase in a prior year and Erica turned him down and said, no, we have a contract and we can pay you more. So we're gonna be going out to bid for custodial. And I just don't know what's gonna happen with that. So
it's a 23.6% increase. Do you think it's gonna be that?
Well, note to that contractor is not free market value. It's been pretty low, what we were paying. Like, really low, for like below industry standard for a crappy job.
But, so in 2023, we paid 18,000, then we paid 19,000, then we paid 20,000. And we're wanna pay 25,000 next year. That's,
But we just don't know what to expect with the. It's a, we don't know what to expect with it is.
It's pretty big growth, but.
I think you should take some of
maybe
it.
split
Yeah.
the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
2,000
2,000
yeah.
off of it. That's still 10%, right? Or more than that. More like 15.
No, just 1,500.
About 2,000 off.
It's easy enough.
yeah, that's good.
Who made the motion? Was
That was me, so
Okay. Yeah.
I'll amend my motion to fund 181 town office operations for $282,793.
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unanimous?
Town hall operations.
You should answer. To all operations. As opposed to the town office.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
182.
yeah.
That's the town hall, maybe the TOP.
I'll move to accept the budget of 182 town hall operations for 8,537.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous?
I move that we accept the budget for consulting engineers, number 183 at $10,000.
That it was, well, Let's discuss it.
Okay, so
there a second?
second, so then we can.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Yes,
Barely past $5,000.
ever. And well, at least go looking back to 2023.
Okay. The reason I'm thinking don't mess with this is, both the engineering work we need to do on, the big state money we're getting for Village Hill and Schofield.
That's gonna get covered by the grant.
Actually, I need to, so the initial phase one engineering is not, the design is not,
Cause that's what Pete said.
right? The
Pete
design
said we have
is
to,
not.
we have to invest in that part of it. We have to cover that part of it as a town.
Because we've already started the design, we've already started it, if we were to use the state money for that, there's a whole set of hoops we have to jump through, for, permitting, but also looking at the design. It would be more expensive to do that than just pay what's left of design, because we've already put into it, than to start going through DOT's rules. And that was advised by DOT.
But that's a big project, right? Like that's more, it's more than $5,000.
Yeah, well, that's another point to precedent, is our town engineer has been grossly undercharging us. People do favors for this town, they're not being paid their worth or market value, and now you have sticker shock. I'm just putting that out there. Investing in this town, you need to pay people what they're worth, not what you think they're worth. He's been doing us a service, he is older, he's going to retire soon, there is gonna be a big sticker shock for engineering services.
But a lot of times when we have a bigger project, we build it into the CIP plan to pay him if it's $10,000, $20,000, $30,000
Sure.
for one big project, which is what I'm thinking this is.
He's been also working on that project since the nineties.
This is for little projects, like that come
Are
up
you
during
sure?
the.
Yeah. You have
You- typically, yeah.
Yeah, are you sure? Cause I know that,
The CIP.
okay,
Yeah.
just,
We've got $50,000 twice in the CIP
Right,
for
just-
engineering.
right. But it needs to be finished, this, to get to the next step to use that state fund. The grant.
Right, I'm just thinking that we wouldn't, this money here in this budget for that's 5,000 for land use and 5,000 for public works is for whatever, like, little things that come up, miscellaneous things that come up during the year. The big projects, we budget the tens of thousands of dollars for.
Okay, and
So
that's
he-
the line item we're talking about, not talking about right now.
Right, we're not talking about that.
Okay, good, we're just
Yeah.
saying going forward for engineering.
Yeah,
Take that into consideration.
yeah, oh, yeah.
That's the CIP.
So it would it be, you're recommending it out of the whole line as they see fit? Is that right?
I'm sorry.
Are you is there a friendly amendment?
I'm not sure. I was just trying to.
I'm just looking, we were looking at the spend rate here for the last few years, maybe.
Yeah,
we
it's
could
like
take a couple of grand.
4,000 so
Two
far
lines.
this year. On
I'd
5,000
say drop it
for the
to
one line.
6,000. If we drop it to 6,000, we have not historically spent over 6,000 in the past 3 years.
Nick, library board, he's working on a lot of projects for you right now.
That is the other thing I was thinking of there.
Yeah, but in that case, the library is gonna pay for it. The library gets the bill from Carl directly for that. Like this is for like, if a road washes out and he's gotta like quickly come and figure out like how to do it. That, but actual things that are for
On the docket.
particular buildings, or for particular projects, that comes out of everybody else's budgets. So am I right, Donna?
Yes, you're right, Christina.
I mean, he sends a lot of bills and then he gets paid out a lot. But it's from a lot of different places. That makes sense.
Okay,
4,000.
so I'm gonna accept the friendly amendment of a $4,000 covenant of the total being 6,000.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Senior Center Operation.
Where is that?
Where is that 185?
Thank you.
Here it is.
I make a motion to fund line item 185 senior center operations at $46,576.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous.
Move to accept the budget of the health district, number 233 for 34,145.
Second.
Any discussion?
It's fixed.
Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? So, unanimous.
Move to accept the budget of the
Who
bill.
seconded the last one?
Walter did, the health district. Move to accept the budget number 241 of the building official at 42,588.
Second.
Any discussion? No, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous.
We can, whatever you want to do. We can jump
Should-
around, we can dive right in.
Let's deal with it. Like public works.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's discuss and then wait for the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go out there because it feels like we're doing this sort of relentless task that we don't even have a target for exactly. But I don't think it's the year to add the driver. I think it's too big. You know, I understand why. I really do, but I think we've got it down from what, 2 drivers, 2 contracts to whatever it is, it's 3. I don't know what the totals are, but I do know we used to have 2 contracts for snow plowing. Now we have,
One.
I know Heather.
Well, no, I
you know,
just want to comment, it's not a full-time position.
It's 0.6, I
It's
understand.
a part-time position.
Yeah, but it involves adding a laborer, right?
No, you're not adding a laborer, you're taking what the current full-time position
But
is and it's staying
It's still
full-time.
60,000 with benefits.
But you're also paying 40,000 for contractor, you wouldn't need the contractor.
I don't know if the contract, if
plowing
that's the
contractor.
exact amount. Yeah, I know
But
what
we
you're
wouldn't
talking.
need that, and you're paying a contractor for seasonal work, which equals about 30 days total, $40,000.
Right,
You would have
except,
someone 365.
okay, can I just explain something
Yeah.
to you? But I think you're doing it back and forth with it's great for informational purposes that you're already willing, and we're asking your advice. But, you know, when you add positions, it's the gift that keeps on giving as far as augmenting the budget year after year, because then a few hours get added, the benefits get added, you know, things, you know, pay goes up because our system is whatever the union employees get, we try to make everyone else whole with it, who's non-union. It's like, there's practices in town that payroll is the big driver in any budget. Anyone who's done budgets knows this. It's the area that gets the most perusal, and it's kind of for a reason. And whether Public Works could benefit from having all full-time drivers on the plow routes. I totally get that, but it's just. I don't think it's the year for it. I think this is too hard of a budget to cut to add something that big.
And I'll just add to that. We're going line by line, so we see the $60,000 or whatever for the driver. We can't actually say,
No,
you can't have the driver, it's just, it's easier for us to go through and
I
Get
do
rid of the
understand
dollar.
that, but there's more than just the dollar, there's the other bigger picture of you can save from here to fund this, you know, contractors, let me tell you, every year we struggle to get contractors, and it's the same guy now. He's going to retire soon, and then no one wants to do contract work for us because we don't pay enough.
Right. But let me just say that even with the cut that the selectmen made, which is one that we probably gonna made too. The growth in the asphalt of 275,000, that's already out of the budget, and that's reflected here, right? Even with that, Public Works is up, is the elephant in the room when it comes to town government. That they're the biggest budget, and they're up almost 12% or 11%.
Because everything's costing more.
Everything's costing more, I
And we're behind
understand,
the ball.
but Heather, it's growing $500,000 and it's just, you know.
But you've underfunded it for decades, and then you're cutting out of the
But
asphalt budget, but the road money is, most of that is
Okay.
coming from the state, and we're not even paying that.
Pete used, when he met with the selectmen and they did their cuts, he used an argument that we had already talked about at Board of Finance that I made frankly. And that is, this year, we have big state money coming in to work on Village Hill and Schofield. We have Liska underway as a project as well. And those things are, you know, to me, it's like, we're taking care of the roadways in town largely through that, and it's costing us more because, as we've already discussed, we have to pay for the engineering, which is a large sum in CIP to do that.
Well, I
You
disagree.
save money in the long run.
Yeah.
In the long run, I
Your own
disagree.
project to your own specs. If you let the state do it, it'd be out of control.
No, I'm saying it's good, but I'm saying that's part of the project, Jeff. I'm saying it's part of the spending. That's the only thing I'm
Okay,
noting.
but don't, no.
But it's toward the roads. I'm not saying it's not.
No, it's
not
totally
worth it. It's totally worth
It
it.
is absolutely worth it, because nothing is being done for those roads for 25, 30 years. This grant came through only just this last summer. I'd already done a significant amount of the engineering, so it only made sense to finish it. Then we can start the next phase completely with the state money.
I'm not arguing against those projects at all.
However, the project needs to be managed.
Yes, I
If no
know.
one is willing to invest the time and money into overseeing this project, it goes bye-bye.
Why are you arguing that?
No, I'm just saying, you're saying that, oh, we have this money to do roads, but we have to use it.
No, I know.
Okay.
I'm not arguing
I thought we
that.
were talking about
I'm
adding
arguing-
hours to a position.
Yeah, no, we were talking
You were talking, you moved to
We're
asphalt.
talking about growth
You
and
moved
stuff.
to asphalt budget,
I'm
that's
just,
why
I'm talking about the asphalt, I'm talking about the asphalt in the context of what the selectmen have already done. You know,
No, you moved to asphalt, that's why and then you brought it village.
okay,
Asphalt.
sorry, well,
what we're talking about is 0.6 hours that we're just suggesting.
that's
But
now
this is not the
contractual.
year for it. That's all we're saying. And if they decide that that's what they're going to do, then that's what they're going to do. But we're saying, we don't think that's the year for it. Because the drivers, the contractors come with a truck too, right? They use their own truck. That's part of what we pay the $40,000 for.
Yes.
So-
They pay for their
So that's
So many
that's a
trucks.
soft, that's another expense, like. We're, the
But it's
truck-
not just a driver you'd be adding, you're adding a laborer that's here 365 to also work on other projects besides driving during a short-term seasonal task.
Andy, you were present during those discussions, what's your feelings on it?
Troy, has been doing a pretty good job of the roads. He says that it would augment his staff. I certainly understand the argument about adding a position, because as Stephanie has pointed out, it stays there forever. And it would be an ongoing expense if you feel that the budget doesn't warrant that, and as you said, if Troy feels it's imperative, then they will find the savings somewhere else, and that's his ball he carries, so. That's. I trust both sides, I trust Troy, I trust.
I just want
You're doing
to
what you're supposed
clarify,
to
it
do.
wasn't a full-time position
Right.
that was being asked for, it was a 0.6.
We know that, it's only 60,000 with
Right, but you
benefits.
guys is full-time, that's
Yeah.
why I said I was.
Well,
clarifying
it's make,
not.
right, but his goal is to make it a full drive.
Yeah, the way he had explained
he
it to it,
explained
but
it.
that's not true, it's already a full-time position, it was just that part-time position would be put somewhere else, and the full-time position that's current would be full-time driver labor. Yeah, there were people moving. Right,
Yeah.
yes.
So. That was one thing, me and trees, I recommend we cut the tree removal service down to the same 80,000 we did last year. And cut the $20,000 increase out.
How much was that, waiver for the driver?
It is that was hard to figure out, actually.
Actually, Donna's thing, when she did the adds to staff sheet for us, it comes really $16 shy of 60,000. So I'm gonna say 60,000.
Yeah, but 34,000 is out of public works, the 25,000 is out of insurance. So your reduction to public works for their hot seats is 34,707
So 35.
per year, make it 35.
And then
That's 20K out of
20,000
trees.
out of trees.
That's
Well,
50.
just a reminder, they ran out of tree money about halfway through the year. And it's, you know, taxpayers that call to have the trees removed that are hazardous. So
34,700.
you end up saying no to residents when they say, can you come take a tree down? The answer is no. And so some of that's done through Linden and through the contractors, so. Trees are dying at an alarming rate, is all you have to do is drive around town to see that. Eversource isn't gonna do them all. So that was why since we ran out almost halfway through, it was, the selectmen agreed that we should probably augment that. So that doesn't happen again, so. Your call.
You only spent 67 and you asked for 80.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, last year we approved 80 and so far.
Well, the rest of us.
Well, you have until what?
Yeah, we're in the
The rest
spring.
of us encumbered
Yeah.
already, and
Yeah.
this contract is still being finished, yeah.
And Andy's the town tree warden, so I'm kind of listening to
Yeah.
that
I
argument.
get a lot of calls from residents and, you know, we
You're
we
good
have to
to
say,
have
no,
him
the
for that.
public works didn't do it. And Eversource helped you out, that was pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there was one year after some of those big storms that Eversource had a lot of money and they sent out people to cut all the trees in all the towns.
Aggressively.
Aggressively, yeah, and that was probably 10 years ago at least, so, so it is important to stay on top of it, because we know what happens. We experienced it twice where we had two weeks where we didn't have power in town. So,
And everybody was showering at Hall School.
Then we have Halloween, like it's snow.
yeah,
winter storm out there.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
yeah.
So 10 grand maybe off rather than 20.
I would suggest having some, not
Yeah.
taking it completely, I would say.
So 45 grand total out of public works.
Well, then there's the $7,000 in miscellaneous supplies.
Oh, yeah. What did you say? 7,000?
$7,000 in miscellaneous supplies.
They always seem to spend some of it. Last year, they always spent half of what was allocated, it was $5,500,
Yeah,
they're asking for more. No, the year's not over yet, but
Yeah.
they'll say they
But I
spent
don't
like
think
35 maybe.
Oh, it's going up 50, yeah. I had taken
No, they
that
want
out, but you're
7.
saying take it down to.
Why don't we not
I
pick
I have
them?
a personal vendetta against miscellaneous.
I know you do, but you might have to tamp that down. Just a little.
I don't like the word miscellaneous. I want specifics. Tell me what they are.
In fairness, the letter you wanted to send out, that we did send out, that we picked it from the archives kind of and edited it.
So we were going to
Specifically
be
said we're gonna be
miscellaneous.
tough on miscellaneous. Prepare to be grilled over your
I'm tough
miscellaneous.
on miscellaneous. I listened to you, Bruce.
It was Jeff.
Oh, I
Jeff's
listened to
letter,
you, Jeff.
it was
See?
Jeff's letter. Well, it was one he found. He likes. So how much out of supplies?
Oh, I say all 7,000, but I'm getting outvoted.
No,
I thought maybe. we
I think
back
maybe just the
1,500.
increase on
Yeah,
There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
There's a reason for, well,
Yeah.
there's a reason for it.
Have you gone out and bought miscellaneous supplies lately? 500.
Chainsaw, bar
Yeah.
oil, fuel for whatever you're doing, string for the string trimmers.
Yeah, from week to
Doubled
week,
in
the
price.
prices fluctuate, so.
Those
So
prices
1,500
have doubled.
So wouldn't some of that
We're
stuff be covered
46.5, I
under
think.
arts and supplies too?
Not necessarily, because parts and supplies can be
Yeah.
specific more to the vehicles,
Okay. For the labor.
equipment, but miscellaneous, the big things
And then
like,
1,500
you know, lubricants for the garage for working on
46.5.
things, or, refills for like, and then tanks
while you're
for welding
counting,
projects, things like that, all of those things that don't
No,
specifically
it was
fall under
50.
parts and supplies.
Okay.
Would be, or building maintenance would be miscellaneous, like chainsaw bars and chainsaw oil, and nuts and bolts and those things that aren't specifically a part and supply like that. Yeah. well,
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go after something I don't know about, but it's only $1,000, but it's being asked for 2,000. It is snow, calcium chloride. And we've never spent in the last full year, 2024. We spent 730, we upped it at another 1,000. This year we haven't spent anything so far. It's 2,000.
On the calcium chloride line, we bought calcium chloride. And the price has gone up, but we have these ice and snow events, so the calcium chloride issues along sidewalks and things like that around.
Is it do you know what we're trending on that at all?
I don't know what we're talking.
But you see what I'm saying?
See what you're saying?
688.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One pallet of calcium chloride, 40-pound bags, is about $800 now, $1,700. A pallet,
Are we just waiting for a bill then? Because
probably, because I know I put one in for a pallet of calcium chloride. And
Yeah, because we have none spent
wiped
this
out
year so
that.
far.
Yeah, they almost wiped that out.
okay.
Yeah. And that's of March, so.
Yeah, which, that means that will sit there and be used for next winter, but it was on back order from this.
Right, but still, there's still 1,000 left. I mean, more than, so I don't know. Just didn't seem like something we needed to increase yet. And it could, like I said, it could be found elsewhere if you want. So what is our town?
Donna, can you confirm, I think, the way we used to do the snow budget, all the line items was to do a 5-year average of the quantities, but then use present day pricing on those quantities. Is that what you did here?
No, I did not.
No.
Just a bunch of choice.
I've never seen it in a while. Oh, right.
The old 5-year-old.
Yeah, but it's like, what, yeah,
Before that.
that's what it did. I like that way better.
What?
Well, I just like using a 5-year average because you can't look at one single year, because some years you hardly use any, some years you use way more than, and we've probably ever only gone over a couple of times in the last 20 years. But the average amount that you need, even though the price
So I
changes,
took 10 grand out.
I don't know.
35, could be the extra hours on person. Works. They came to 45, then we took 1,500 out of something, so we came to 46.5. We took 1,500 out of miscellaneous.
And just read.
So they came to 46.5. Oh,
46.5.
yeah. So, well,
Yeah. Is there any way you would be able to, if we took the public works line down 46.5, would you be able to tell what the percentage increase year over year is on that? After we make that reduction? If there,
Sure, I think that I could calculate that. Yes.
46,
46.5. That was 10 grand off the tree.
and then 1.5 after
35K
this.
for the not adding those
Not
hours.
9.23%, so.
And then you
And $1,500 miscellaneous.
thanks, Jim. It's still a healthy increase, I think. It's good.
I don't know what the increase for the 5 hours for the administrative assistant is either, but that's something that I think I think that those hours, those extra 5 hours, if that's for grant administration, it doesn't belong in that job. But that Pete it belongs in the selectman's office. And Pete could have someone doing that job for 5 hours. You could have the same person doing it. He could have a stipend or a special, something, but to add that to this job means it will forever be with this job. And it's a higher skill set than I think is in the job description. And then it becomes it's a union position, so that the benefits kick in at 20 hours. And it just becomes a lot more expensive but also not the way it should be. I don't think it's where it should be, but
What's this 5 hours? Is it 5 hours a week extra? What's that equal?
I think so.
What's that gonna cost?
It's she.
That's $823.
Okay, so let's take it.
Is that with the benefits?
no.
If it goes to 20,
The benefits are $600.
so what was the number you gave?
5,800.
$50 grand, public works.
Okay. I'm gonna argue against that for a reason. I mean, I don't think that what you're laying out proper policy. You're laying out, but in the short term, which I think I think Village Hill and Schofield and all this stuff is gonna be on us sooner than we can respond to that. To doing it in the correct policy manner. I would rather see Public Works. Given that they have skill sets in the job already for it. I'd rather see it applied there and, because I don't think it's that big of a hit for what we get. Did you say 5,823?
Raise for that job.
Yeah,
I probably get it.
But we agree, we disagree on this, I think.
Yeah.
You know. I'm just worried about that, all that extra going on in town.
No, I agree.
And again, it could be found elsewhere, if they want to do that.
Yeah, I just don't think this is the right way to do it, but I do think that we should have it. I believe like all that sort of grant administration stuff belongs in this office, not in Public Works, because there's more grants that could potentially come to the town. I think it would be a great thing to have. And I do think we should be, if that's what somebody's doing in that job, we should be paying them, but I think it's a higher rate of pay, because it's a higher level skill. And it's a different job,
So this is the current union job.
yeah.
Now they're doing this, they can put in a grievance, it's not the job description. and
Exactly,
win.
and I have to say, this is not my first rodeo with this, this has literally happened before, that's why I'm reacting this way to it, so. Not this exact scenario, but.
Interesting.
So I have a quick question. It's not on the positions. And I could have been out of it last night, but did Troy and Pete say that they could come down on their increase on the asphalt since there's stuff in the CIP? Yeah. Is that reflected in here or no? I can't remember
The
what
two
it
hundred
was.
$75,000 the selectmen took off of it, you mean? Yeah.
He didn't actually,
It's not in here, because this one's dated, March 21st. But,
Oh,
but even the one that we,
but it's in,
so this one, it's not, it's still in this one.
What's the one on the screen? What's the date on that there?
the one on the screen is the same number at the bottom line,
Yes.
1,000,000. So
Yeah,
we
so the
have to,
275 is
take
still,
the asphalt out.
yeah, so if we can come down on that, that's $275,000 right there.
So the asphalt is already out at the bottom line
On the one on the screen.
and on the one in your packet. If your packet is approved by Board of Selectmen 3/31,
Yeah.
then it is, so you took it out that morning.
oh, shoot.
I guess, but Donna, I'm looking at, the one that's dated 3/21, with the detail. And that bottom line number is the same.
Yes, because you're looking at the footer. Are you looking at the footer?
Yes.
3/21?
Oh, yeah,
Don't
but
look
no.
at the footer, look at the top.
Okay, but my top says 3/27.
And that was before the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
So what do you have for a budget request for asphalt?
It says 275.
275 increase.
Yeah, so that's already been taken out.
But the bottom line on 3/27 was 1,955,956, which
Yeah, it
is,
should be
which is this.
1,680,956.
That's with the two
So that
seventy-five.
275 was taken, okay.
No, she's only taken 46.5 out so far, just that we're talking about here, just for
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
but the
you're-
original request in that first column, is 1,000,000.
Your sheets-
680,000.
Should say 1,680,956.
Yeah.
If your sheet says something else, you have an old sheet.
yeah, I have an old sheet.
I do too.
So your motion, if we've taken everything out of public works that you want to take out of public works, your motion should be, somebody needs to move to accept the public works budget of 1.634456.
Which, okay.
And what is that total?
1,634,456.
Right, but what's the reduction?
46,500.
46,500.
So is anyone moving that?
I'll move it, line item 311, Public Works, I'll make a motion to accept, the budget at $1,634,456.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, the abstention. It's unanimous.
Move to fund line item 342 cemetery for $2,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The abstention, so it's unanimous.
Anybody have a deed for the grant for the dump?
That's What did you say, Jeff?
Did anybody have a beef? No?
Best place in town.
It really is.
What's that?
What is the dog?
Whatever the actual don't.
That's politically incorrect.
Mike's old enough to remember the old one. It's absurd.
I am too.
That's true.
I remember when it was a hole.
Right.
Now it's a mountain.
No. I'm talking about Moose Meadow Road.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too.
Manchester too, yeah.
Jonesy.
Richburg, Land.
See, you go back that far.
Yeah.
Manchester.
Where's that donut?
Really expensive fuel rods.
Could we by any chance have a sort of taking
Okay.
stock of of what we've done so far? What, how that affects,
Not much.
is that okay?
It's 30, it's like 34,000 now.
No, it's more than
No,
that.
that was just-
We were
Yeah.
up, we're up to 100 now, I think.
Oh, we're easily over that.
We're busy.
What'd you do, sleep?
Not 600,000, I'll tell you.
It's not, no, it's no,
Spoiler alert.
yeah.
85,000.
That's it.
85.
But that's not counting the benefits off the driving position. So that's to come, that's.
It always is. For a couple grand here and there, initial shit.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay, right, I mean.
We're a transfer station.
Yeah, I don't remember anything.
Nobody made a motion.
Transfer station is, wait. I'll make a motion to fund line 351 transfer station for $291,592.
Second.
Any discussion? No,
And I'll make a motion to, we did the vote.
We have to vote, you give us time.
all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Unanimous?
I'll make a motion to fund line 811 social security for $104,169.
Second,
Any discussion?
Question, were some of those supposed to get adjusted? Are those the benefits that are supposed to get adjusted?
The benefits are medical insurance.
Doesn't change social security?
It could change it.
maybe we ought to leave that.
Bring it up.
Let's see what it is. It'd be 7.65% of $35,000.
Yeah, but you're not telling somebody to cut a position, you're just telling somebody to cut the right budget.
$2,600. You want to take $2,600 out of social security?
Historically, that's the way it's been done. If the board felt the position wasn't justified, they take the salary out of the department and they take a portion out of the benefits. Because why tax the taxpayers for benefits you don't expect to use? That's just,
No, I think, actually, I'm gonna suggest that we hold off on this because the way we're doing this and not doing all the sort of heavy employee lines later. We may have other we may need to change this. You know? So I would hold off on social security.
You could go both ways, but I don't know what the right one is.
You can hope he turns to it. Yeah. So get bigger. Next person.
All right.
They're not gonna vote?
Guess I wrote down that.
Yeah.
Well, if you agree to withdraw that.
For insurance.
Yeah, insurance is the same, I think.
Pension's probably fine.
Unemployment's flat, right?
Yes.
Is it? So move to accept the unemployment budget for number 821 for $1,000.
Second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? So it's unanimous.
Should we skip employee insurances and pension?
Go
Donna?
back to the other ones.
I think pension is okay,
Okay,
but I could definitely skip employee insurance.
move to accept the pension budget number 841 for $37,229.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Unanimous? Let's have a check.
We're gonna skip.
Will 851 have flex for employee decisions?
It has flex because we have final rate for workers' comp. So
That has a $3,400
across
favorability.
3 departments. Some of it is the board of ed, and some of it is the town, and some of it is the ambulance.
What's the new number on it?
So for the town, there's a savings of $840.
Is 851 everything together?
6.
Or is that what you're giving us now for number 8, item 851 insurances?
Yes, that's what I'm getting to,
Oh.
851,
851.
yeah, 851 is $842
Less?
less.
Go
ahead.
Did we're talking about 851?
Yes.
Did somebody make a motion? Because I didn't write it down.
We need to know what the number is because it's going down in that line, $842.
All right.
So.
Okay. 15. Insurance.
So
It's 96,009 minus 841.
842. 95, okay. Also, I'll move for insurances to accept the insurances budget at $95,167, which is an $842 reduction.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. No,
Aye.
opposed? Abstentions? It's unanimous.
There you go, Graham. That's right.
You just get rid of the whole thing.
What actually is this?
What is it? 870.
I don't know, but we only
Just
spent
missing.
$250 of it this year,
So far.
so far. And last year was 1,197 and the year before was 1,700.
Nobody knows what it is. We
No,
don't-
the year before we, oh, okay, yeah. Well, then, yeah, I don't know what that I'm talking.
Maybe leave 500 in it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like you should probably have something in there so you don't really go away, but.
Yeah.
Okay,
Minus 1,500. And that was it. Who made the motion?
no one yet.
Oh, I'll make the motion.
Not me.
I'll make the motion that we fund line 871 miscellaneous at $500.
Second,
Any further discussion? All those for say aye.
I,
Opposed, nay. And abstentions, so it's unanimous.
Don't really do anything about this.
Debt service? Well,
I think we should come back to that, shouldn't we? Are we gonna do anything
I don't
on
know.
CIP or?
So Donna
Yes.
and Jim, So debt service is,
Just the library bond.
is,
Just the
yeah,
library bond.
so, and that's,
Can't touch it.
can't touch it, so.
Is it just the library bond?
Correct.
So I'll make a motion that we fund line 910 debt service at 159,000.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those for say aye.
Aye.
Any nays, any abstentions, so it's unanimous.
And then capital expenditures, 150, that is,
Yes, the three items. in the Budget, the village hill drainage engineering for $50,000. It's the air containment system at station 213, as part of the OSHA complaint.
yeah,
You're not gonna wanna touch. And then the only other item is an additional 65,000 funding deferred maintenance for paving at Wellington Hill. And that's in there because they had 35,000 approved, it wasn't enough.
yep,
It's now to $100,000, and that is just to keep that alive until we figure out what the building becomes, because it's gonna be 4 or 5 years before there's some station projects.
all right, so I'll move that we fund line 930 capital expenditures for $150,000.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those for say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions, so it's unanimous.
So what do we do about this? This transfer out for the school reserve, which is showing $1 million, but the selectmen cut it. Or at least my thing is showing. $1 million.
Yes.
Does it show?
Showing
640.
700 is
Where's it
is what you
showing?
know.
Okay,
The value for that is approved by CFP was 1,640,000.
right.
And I appreciate starting the discussion there, since, or at least having that opportunity. So the
That's-
public can hear it.
That represents the money I was talking about taking out of the savings account.
Yeah,
And actually year over year, it's down because last year it was at 1,375. So it's already down 375 this year.
so now it's down
Based on-
600,000, 675 from last year.
I don't know, I don't think it should be reduced at all. I think we should put it back to put it back to what it was. Or when it was originally presented. There's just too much to be done there. We can't, if we take it out, it's gonna be. We're gonna be kicking the can down the road. Cause we're not gonna be able to do anything.
Then we should leave it at the level that the board of selectmen brought it down to.
I agree with finding a way to save as much as we can in the savings account. Because I think it's not going to appease everyone today. But it will, future Wellington will be gleeful about it. That we thought enough ahead about big expenses we all know are past addressing, and we've got some catching up to do. And now things are in the early part of the plan. And by the way, we have the best numbers we're ever gonna get on school renovation costs or school build costs right now. Because we just got the QA&M stuff, and it's copious, and people in the room I know have read it, every page of it. And it's, if you're, and I'm just gonna share this anecdote, there are repair people who have been called in to fix things in the schools who fear for the health of their license, shall we say, if they dig into parts of the old buildings to do certain things. It's what lies beneath factor is there in 100-year-old and 75-year-old buildings, or 70-year-old, whatever they are, Jeff. You always correct me on center school, but. Anyway, I think it's well past time. I think every year we kind of use that as our safety valve to save having to cut the operating, the way we have, and I don't know, just as there is a tomorrow. I know it's like easy to say there's no tomorrow, but there is a tomorrow. So.
If I may just comment, I mean, the CIP committee discussed this at length for hours and hours. And the vote barring first selectman was unanimous to push that through, got the value indicated, which was $1,640,000 total. At the very minimum, I think the community has a right to weigh in at the town hearing. And express their input, because they didn't get the opportunity at the selectmen's meeting. It's a longer discussion than we're all gonna get into this budget season, and we need to have it in the off season. But the reality is, reductions in spending are gonna make it impossible. The goal on CIP is really to as gradually as possible, plan for future expenditure needs, and to avoid a gigantic jump in any one year to the greatest extent we can. Every reduction, we're not increasing. This is already way lighter than it should be. To do that, you're only putting everybody further in the hole when these things hit, and they're getting very close in plan. Major bond in year 2 now, get another major bond in year 4. There's really very little time to try to do this much more than we can, and next year is only going to look worse if we use that drastically now. And there is unfortunately very little play based on the project we have coming up in year 2 to move things around. We did move things around to the greatest extent possible. There's really, again, I mentioned it previously, you guys can discuss it, there's that $110,000 in play as a hold on funds. That is a very contentious, discussion point because of, priorities of people in town, but that's where this is at, is really the only flex in that plan to cut the total capital spending. So again, I just think it's worth letting the community voice their opinions and have a debate.
Thank you, Peter Wilkins, 95. I appreciate the opportunity to comment, as this appears to be kind of an open discussion about the merits of the CIP plan. And I'd like to offer an alternate perspective. We were told as a town after the referendum failure of the school project that we would be setting aside just $1 million a year in the savings plan Jim described. That has increased substantially. We're now talking about $1.3 million each year. That's a lot more than we anticipated.
We're not.
No, we're not, and that's not how it happened. The first year, we thought, we said $1 million, but we said $1 million with a 10% increase each year. Then the next year was last year, and that was the year where we thought that maybe the roof and the HVAC, and we needed the grants, and they needed a very specific amount of money to be put aside in case that all worked out and came through, and the timing, and so that's why we put the 1.3. But the rest of the years.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
It increased.
It
There could be reason for it,
It
but
bumped in 1 year.
and
I'll
at
give you
at
that.
some point, what I'm trying to say, I understand what you're saying, I respect that. But at some point, when you say cushion the eventual cost, these large increases in these capital transfers is impacting our ability to operate the town and just creating large increases year to year. So I view it differently than James does, or perhaps you do, because of the large burden it creates each year, and then an even larger burden when the project comes forth. And I look forward to a larger discussion of that, because I have different views on the size and overlap of these projects that CIP is proposing, and that's a good discussion to have. But for tonight's purposes, the Board of Selectmen have acted on the CIP budget. CIP is an advisory committee. The Board of Selectmen own the CIP budget. And they voted unanimously to make these reductions. Now, I would suggest that James is also right in some respects, and you should be saving for this. And I would offer an alternate path. A large portion of the savings is dedicated, as the community wanted, for the schools. So they should have some skin in the game. You haven't even talked to them tonight. I've been sitting here all night. One suggestion I would make is that in their non-lapsing recurring capital fund, which the state permitted us to do a number of years ago, which doesn't impact our
NBR.
I can't remember the acronym.
NBR.
Thank you. It doesn't impact our MBR, allows us to set aside funds. Why can't those funds, which is approximately 200,000, why can't those funds be shifted to here to replace the funds the selectmen removed for the purpose we're all discussing, savings for the schools? Why is that not available? Why is that separate?
Sure. Now, he wants me to talk, I can talk now. So last year, as Christina said, it got bumped up to 1.3, and I was in anticipation of an HVAC, possibly having to pursue the HVAC grant along with the rooms. If you'll remember, that amount was also cut by $125,000. That was brought down. The reason we don't consider touching the non-lapsing funds to pay for things like this is because we don't know what's going to happen, especially with special education, especially with the way the state is fumbling the ball constantly with their reimbursement rates, and nothing is consistent and nothing comes through. And again, I will remind you, we don't have a choice with that. So that's what we have set aside there. We also have some of those funds set aside for a repaving of the playground. That is part ARPA funds that were left over and part non-lapsing. We use our non-lapsing funds when they need to be used. We've used them for repairs in the past, but mostly they're there as a contingency just in case. And we, again, with not knowing for sure, even though it's a statute, and I say it every single time, not knowing for sure what the state's gonna give it back in excess costs, we have to have some kind of cushion. So we can't just take that money and just throw it at this and then have nothing, and then let's say someone moves into town and their child needs special education. We have to fund that. Then if we have no, we don't have a non-lapsing fund account, nothing to put in there. We have to come back to the Board of Finance and say, we need more money. So that's largely why. That being said, I'm not happy that fund is down to 700,000 going in. Unfortunately, I don't have an alternative, so I'm just going to leave it as I'm just not happy to see it go down again for a second year. But this is year 3 of 5 years, and 2 of the 3 years have been less than what was. That has been reduced. That's what I'm gonna say there.
And just as a point of note, tag in on that, savings has gone down in the past few years. Capital reserve has not been. It was responsible last year, actually, because it was cut, for a decrease in your taxes, in your tax rates, over the year prior. And as it stands now, based on the selectmen's budget, it's another 4.65% responsible for reduction in that budget. It's just the way you frame it is challenging. Because that number is the increases or decreases that really impact your annual hit. It's not the total value. Because that is already captured in the budget. It was the one bright thing that we've seen work towards these goals on CIP, which that shock absorber plan, we should be doing it I've argued extensively on CFP, we should be doing it again. That will be other projects in town. There should be an additional $500,000 at least on top of that. And then plus the 300,000 put back. You really start to bridge the gaps where we're gonna be in 2 or 3 years. Where you see a big $1.6 million increase for a hundred projects.
I just want to return, if I may, to the point I was making about the non-lapsing fund. That was a specific goal of that state legislation, and we were allowed to do that. To fund capital projects for schools, a way to save money to improve school buildings. So I don't think it's an unreasonable use of those funds. And I'd also point out that in past years, if we had an unexpected special education situation, which we're frequently reminded of as always being possible, that the Board of Ed would come to the Board of Finance and the fund balance would fund it. You've seen that multiple times in the past. And there's no reason why that wouldn't happen. Again, in fact, it would happen. So why can't we use a fund that's dedicated in part to capital improvement for capital improvement? Especially since the entire effort we're talking about is largely for improving school buildings as well as the firehouses, but we know which one's first.
But Pete, it's basically, we have two savings accounts. We can look at it that way. We have this savings account, we have that savings account. That savings account doesn't have very much money in it right now. But when the time comes, yeah, maybe we will decide the first year of the bond where we have a delta that we're trying to fill. We might need to scoop money from there. We're probably gonna have to take some from the general fund too, to pay the first bond. But it's not like that money isn't getting used for something.
Being held in reserve.
It's being held in reserve, and when the day comes, maybe we will use that as well. We would just be moving it from one savings account to the other.
I understand what you're saying. No, this is the guy last comment, right?
Yeah.
It would show some effort to the taxpayers that the town government is trying to work with us. Not everything's always ours and there's nothing for you. Then that's the perception.
But it's all
from
of
the side.
ours. So the thing is, this problem belongs to all of us. And we all have to be part of the solution. So it's not like the Board of Ed is a very specific group of people who are hoarding this money and saying, this is ours. We're trying to do this so that it's the town's responsibility.
And
I don't know.
honestly, the Board of Ed budget is lower than any of the other major components of our town budgets. They're 4.4%. They're the lowest. So, no, so there's that a function. Plus, I would argue that they did not come anywhere near covering the increase in transfer out students last year, which was really the total amount, the total growth. I'm not even gonna tell you what the total amount was around 750 grand, new money late in the budget process. You guys all remember, we were all at the table. The schools went back and creamed out all their non-contractual expenses that they possibly could to make that work. We did not cover that in the fund balance. We did not cover 750 grand of it in the fund balance. So we use the fund balance in part to settle the budget, but the schools ponied up some late cuts. The fire departments, ponied up some late cuts. There were a lot of people in the room who did that. So I don't agree that we were able to handle it fully as a town on the back of the fund balance. We just didn't do it that way.
I can't not respond. There has to be some sense of proportionality. About a $20 million budget, 14 million is K-12. I think the town is very much stepping up to supporting education just by sheer volume of spending. It's 80% to schools. And everyone's supporting that. To suggest that we're not somehow, is when people get frustrated with.
I'm not suggesting, it's all taxpayer money. I'm not suggesting that. I mean, I'm suggesting that. I'm taking issue with the fact that the schools didn't do anything to address that late add to that budget that was beyond their control, mandated expense that the town has to take on. The state's well aware. We have some policies to address with our legislators to figure this out in the long run, because going from a regular 2 to 3 kids a year to 7 kids was quite a big thing. And we still have, we still have that share. Those kids are young coming in, they're gonna be with us for a while. That cost is not going away. It's not wanted spending, that just, we decided to increase the budget for that, So I don't know, I'm seeing the schools doing, they're delivering a 4.4% growth budget. I think that shows some pretty good work on their part.
Just real quick, I just want to mention that should legislation pass and we get an increased reimbursement rate to pursue a project from the time legislation is passed, we have 18 months to pass a referendum. So we are running up against the clock as far as getting this fund built up enough to start covering bond payments once that project is complete, whatever that project might be. So also, should that not happen, then there's still repairs to be done and that money will still be used to fund those repairs. It's not like the money is just going to be spent on nothing or frivolous things. Like it's earmarked for education repairs, it's gonna go into education repairs. I mean, that's what it is. So I like I said, for the second year in a row to see it reduce, I don't like that trend. Because we might hit year 4 or 5 and have it reduced again.
And the very practical part of it is, let's say the bond payment is in year 3 or year 4. It's gonna be 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, we're not sure, but it's gonna be way more than 1 million, way more than 700,000. Right now, we're putting 700,000 aside. And we're building up a little cushion, but by the time we get to there, it's still gonna be a huge jump. So to try to keep it at some level place where we can but we'll be, because then we change from going into the savings mode to this fully paying it every single year for 20 years, just like the library. So it's
Just to speak directly to Pete's point, if I may, CFP did approve, I think, $80,000 for a chimney repair for the schools in last year, and the Board of Ed managed to accommodate that within their budget. So CIP had savings, because this could have been $880,000 more than presented now, we're at CIP approved. So we went to go track that down, and still said they could close it because they've been able to accommodate the projects through other funds. So they are working to reduce that. They have, and they work with CFP to go back through open request to the greatest extent we can. But they right now have no requests on that while they figure out what the community will support. But it's going to be a large, significant project in some way, shape, or form, as will the fire station, as will the roads. Yeah.
So, if we reinstate that $300,000, we're gonna wipe out any savings that we've already come to an agreement this evening. And we're going to have a net to be raised by taxation over the 9.23% that's already here.
Andy, was it unanimous, all the selectmen voted to do that?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
CIP advised to the selectmen took their advice, and that's the figure that they came to. And I really think that's the figure we should stay with, is the 7 that they have, right? Any further discussion on that?
what if we split the difference? And put 150 back in.
No,
I mean,
like I said, they advised the board of selectmen, the selectmen did this to reduce this from what we originally had in front of.
right, but the selectmen also did not do the work that we just did, going through all the line items and actually figuring out that there were some things that they could have cut. And I think that's what really bothers me, is that they
They
didn't do
took
that
a
one.
shortcut.
They took a short, it's the
Just
easy
the idea.
thing, I mean, it's just cut that.
didn't take that much of a shortcut.
What?
What else did they do?
They just chopped that because it was an easy hit.
That was half of what they cut, yeah.
All right, let's do the dance. I'll move to fund 004 transfer out school reserves for $700,000.
Second. I second it. All those in favor say aye.
Is that the discussion?
I thought we just had discussion for the past half hour.
Okay, it's just you, that normally you ask if there's any further
Is there any
discussion.
further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed?
Nay,
So how many like that?
we we need to do a voice and vote,
Roll call.
yeah. I mean, a roll call.
You want to say
Nay, yay. Motion
No,
fails.
is it,
Well, it's
for the purposes of the reporting, I mean, of the,
Lisa.
Lisa.
Lisa won't be able to know who's.
yeah, so she doesn't know who you use.
Right, Jason,
Nay.
Christina, nay.
Jeff,
Yay.
Bruce Lawler, yay.
Walter Parcell, yay.
Stephanie Summers, no, nay, or whatever.
We'll move on to further discussion about that. Now,
Move to fund 004 transfer out school reserve for $850,000.
I think it's. Is that right?
That's 150.
I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
we have a second for that.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? So Bruce Lawler was the only nay vote on that. That's four in case.
I'll move that we transfer, for 004 transfer out town reserve, 640,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? So it's unanimous. Next is handicap vehicle.
Move to transfer out fund transfer handicap vehicle, $1,000.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want a point of reference with Donna. Was that something that was a selecting recommendation or cut?
Recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the one. The handicap. Who said, who?
That was at the selectmen meeting Monday.
No, who motioned and who seconded?
Who moved that?
I
Yeah.
second.
And didn't you? Jeff, want to second?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? Any abstentions? So it's unanimous. Next, housing authority.
Move to accept the transfer out budget number 0004 up to the housing authority for 2,182.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? The abstention, so it's unanimous. Next, accrued sick days.
I'll move that we, do transfer out to accrued sick days for $10,000.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Just want to ask, Donna, is there any given that, or is that a pro forma amount? Is that,
It's a calculation based on our, what people have accumulated.
Okay.
There.
thank you.
I move that we, do transfer out to dog fund for 27.
Oh, we didn't vote,
Oh, we
I'm
didn't
sorry.
vote. Sorry.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The abstentions, it was unanimous. Okay, Christina?
All right, transfer out dog fund 27,597.
Second.
I heard Jeff.
Discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The abstentions, no, unanimous.
Community service.
That's human services.
That's the position. Oh, it's because of chest route. It's on the sheet.
Yeah.
Then. I don't. Never mind, these sales. But I know, Donna, the position in human services, you know what the amount for that was?
Yes, so for the assistant who is going from 10 hours a week to 14 hours a week. Yes, it is. It's in the budget for 14 hours, but the cost of that is $3,486.
That's the extra hours.
Hours. There's no benefits.
So this is not a union job.
It's not.
Alright.
Yes.
Any further discussion on that? All those in favor say
Wait,
aye.
there's not a motion.
I'll make the motion to take 0-004, transfer out of human services, $119,935.
Second.
Further discussions? No, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous? Next is open space.
They've already taken $5,000 off of that. Yeah.
We'll just transfer out open space for $35,000.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, next is library.
Move to accept the library budget of $295,303.
No. So this is interesting because there was a clerical error. There's a reduction,
Oh, I'm sorry.
2701.
Yes, there was.
23.
Let me amend my motion here. Was that up there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, for 271,903.
Second.
Sorry, got an old.
Any further discussion? You know, one thing I have to point out is that the library on its accounts, January 31st, 2025, they had $690,000 in all of their accounts. And as of March 28th, 2025, they have $561,000 in their accounts.
Then there was a revised figure of $491,104 on March 29th. No, there was not. So yeah, the figure that we're dealing with, the last one is March 28th, 2025 of $561,000. So there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to cut money from the library and have the library fund some of their projects over there if they so choose to do that. Yeah.
So just speaking, I'm not representing the whole board, but obviously I'm on the board. There were two increases that we were seeing, which was about 3,000 in maintenance or repairs. Between the two, we were at 10,000, went to 13,000. There's conversation if it should be 10,000 or 3,000, so there's 3,000 there. And then there was a new employee position that was about $5,100, so all increase from last year to this year, it was about
5,100 or
5,100, yeah. So between the two is 8,100. Now, going from last year to this year, I believe to the taxpayer, it would have been an increase of about $7,900 and change. Obviously, there's conversation that's legitimate on both sides, but what? There's monies in the accounts and stuff to cover for those increases of $8,100 in the bank. So
does the library have a charter that tells how that money's to be spent?
no, we've been looking through a lot. We're still in bylaws and everything. I haven't seen anything. So we do have some changes within the board, so questions that we,
And there's no, we have no authority over that, that's, can I call it down money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Something to see.
It's just great.
Yeah.
Other entities seem to manage their endowments much better. Has there ever been any conversation on how to manage that money?
no, not really. Not since I've been there. We finally, I mean, from a budgeting standpoint, we finally actually included revenues for the first time, so that's good, but no.
And Donna, could you just update us on the year-over-year growth? I think it's 3% in the library budget, once they apply their
Yes.
offsets.
3.01 is what we have.
And how much was applied from the?
So our actual increase is $295,703. Now, we're applying $23,400 of revenue, which we've never done before. So now we came to the Board of Finance with $271,903, which is an increase of $7,000.
Well, I wouldn't say never done it before. It has
Yeah,
been.
In recent
Yeah.
times, yes.
No,
Thank
we've
you.
done it.
In recent times.
It's been a while.
Yeah. So we came to the board with $7,941 of an increase. And two of those line items are driven from a new position and increase in maintenance.
The director position, because.
No, a whole new position, like a position that they're gonna have 6 hours a week, a part-time person come in, work 6 hours a week for help.
Doing what?
Miscellaneous, putting books in, helping out odds and ends.
There's your miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Nope, miscellaneous gotta go. Don't say miscellaneous.
No, but the director's salary is full.
Oh, that did go up, yeah, but that
Yes,
was,
and I
by
just
state
wanna
law.
point out, it's the first time we've had someone who's
Yeah.
MLS certified,
Yeah.
actually.
that number though was driven from state law,
Right.
it was, yeah.
So say that we were to cut $100,000 from their budget, okay?
Or make, how about make them pay their last,
Yeah.
the bond payment? Last two,
There's an idea.
yeah.
Would they do it?
Well, there's change at the board right now,
Yeah.
so.
Well, the problem is they blow the down money in one shot and have no.
Yeah, they would never doubt it.
What's the balance? It's 150 something in CIP.
Just 2 years left, 159 and 153, so.
It's a legitimate conversation, I guess.
312,000.
Does anybody have a stomach for that?
Sounds good on paper. Reality is probably nothing. easy to do.
Not tonight.
No, not tonight, when.
Or if they get a financial advisor.
Dang, too bad.
Yeah, yeah.
The cemetery, long term.
Yeah.
Not exactly apples to apples, but. That's how they make that work.
Yeah.
Devil's advocate, you're gonna see that come back in other building repairs, the CIP.
Yeah.
For the things they've been saving that for, I believe the teen center build out.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen anytime soon.
So do we have a motion on the floor?
Not on the library budget, no.
Okay, I'm gonna move that we accept the library budget for $271,903.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Did you have?
I mean, I'm actually going along with Bruce a little bit on this one. I
So am
know,
I.
shocking. But
I was hoping it was for discussion.
I could definitely see asking the library to contribute this year a significant amount of their budget. I mean, what I consider significant would be about $50,000, but you know, I could definitely see asking them to chip in to help out a little bit.
I like that. Do you like that?
Yeah, I like that.
I like that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
We all like that.
What if we, is it reasonable to ask them to come in flat? I mean, to make it a flat amount?
What would that be?
That would be a cut of 31,524. Would that be correct? No, that's revenue, I'm sorry.
How much do they have in their account?
As of March 28th, $561,000.
Well, I'm thinking a flat 50 grand would be a 10%.
Behind that.
I think that's a fair ask in.
The only problem is that next year it's gonna go up again. And it's gonna be a bigger jump to make them whole next year. So you just have to worry about what we're doing structurally.
I think if we acknowledge that this is a one-time thing and that they're helping us out in this budget season because we're struggling with trying to help out the townspeople. And we're all coming together to make this work. I think it.
Yeah, so I would make that guarantee to them, because if they keep bringing money in and keep accruing money and they're not spending that money. You know, and they keep coming to us asking for money. That's like rewarding bad behavior.
Well, it's rewarding that we live here and fiduciary responsibility.
Heather has experience as a library chair. Go ahead.
I think it's a fair ask. I was on the board for 3 years, carrying the torch, well, there was no torch, we passed, but, after the founding board, there was never an outline of what to do with that endowment. And there should be something. And we tried to, get some kind of charter, but. And I left there in 2019, and now it's 2025, and there's still no bylaws and charter. So I think it's a fair ask to help offset at least your CIP, the bond, and then maybe come back next year and say, well, have a plan, a laid out plan for the endowment, which is something that I was working on then, but hasn't been moved along.
It would also be interesting to see a plan that included something that said specifically what to do with the excess of that endowment, like every year, X percentage of that endowment goes to offset some of these costs, so you don't have to ask for so much in your budget.
Do you see a discussion like that happening there?
So I know there's been conversations, before some board members left, that the library was to have used some of this money for the teen center. And they've made that push. We've never seen anything indicating that was to happen. I don't know if somebody's on.
I don't know what that was.
So some of the money, they made the argument is when this was first built, that money had to go towards teen center. I've asked for that in writing and I've never seen any.
The same thing, that I was always told the same thing, no, that money's there for finishing downstairs into Children's Library Teen Center, but I never saw anything in writing or any kind of plan for that, and that, you know, it's 2025 and the building's been around for 18 years now.
But shouldn't the director and the library board, like, board bylaws?
Yeah, I agree.
We're almost done with our bylaws. We've just got a new director. He's actually been really good. He's been awesome.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I can send an email and just, hey, you know, what's up here?
Yeah, it seems like the thing with the teen center that they would have parks and rec involved, and they would have human services involved too, and not just the
And
library.
input from the whole town.
Yeah, board education, I mean, everything.
Yeah.
And there's been talk for years about collaboration with that center there. We work with the schools and health and human services to offer. But again, this is when I was on there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is a way to get the ball rolling on.
You can bring that message to them.
Yeah, no, he's been awesome too. Yeah.
But I'm not comfortable setting this as a precedent. I am comfortable maybe backing it as a one-time thing. To get the ball rolling, but
Well, it wouldn't be a president if they would step up and responsibly take care of the funds there. But if they continue
I
down
just
the
don't
path
wanna-
they've been going all.
you know,
these
like
years,
right
not
now, I
correcting
don't-
their behavior.
know that they have a chair and
We. Yeah, we do, but
Okay.
the vice chair is what we're waiting. Yeah, Jen Tehan.
Yeah.
And then we're now waiting. We just had Karen Ann just left. Now we're waiting for somebody else to come in.
Right.
And then we'll look at a vice
I'm
chair.
also cognizant of the fact that you got a brand new director, so
Yeah.
in the same way, it's a good argument by Parks and Rec to say, don't kneecap our brand new person. We're kind of talking about something like that, we're throwing a curveball at a new director, so. That's why I'm saying, I don't, if it's supported widely at this table, I don't see it as precedent. I mean, year after year, I don't see it happening.
But a game plan needs to be put on the table with this money. Ultimately.
Yeah, well, let's start with 50.
Alright. Alright, so we have a motion.
Oh, yeah, let's put our thing back.
Miscellaneous 50K.
So, yeah, 0004 transfer out library, the new figure would be $221,903.
I'll second that.
Right, any further discussion?
No, what did you make it?
$221,903.
Okay, you know, you're doing a motion over my motion,
I would make,
so, no, I'd like to withdraw my motion entirely.
Okay, I just crossed it out.
So we need a new motion on that. And again, that's 0004 transfer out library, and the figure would be $221,903.
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? It was unanimous. Right, thank you. Next, emergency services.
All right.
Yeah, but it's a good turn this year.
I know it is.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, comment. Know you guys are gonna hate me for this. Britt is not seated. So she should not be participating in conversation that influences the votes. The law is very clear. No, the law is clear. It creates a seventh member of the board. We've battled with this before.
Yeah, you can have discussion.
I don't think it always
Not
discuss.
during motions because it influences the vote. She can participate in discussion, but not during motions.
Yeah, sorry.
We got gigged on this a few years ago. Cause it creates I know there was no bad intent, and it's actually a good conversation,
I thought
but it
you did.
influences the motion, and that is a violation.
So should we,
I think we should keep on moving.
okay?
You've been made miscellaneous.
I'm very miscellaneous.
In her conversation, we were outside the motion though, right?
Not sitting at the table. She's not a member of the public sitting at the table. She's a board member, an alternate board member. So it creates.
So if Beth had not made that motion first,
She could discuss.
it would have been just.
So we can open with a discussion first, then make a motion.
Right,
go
the
into
key is
further
that she
discussion.
can't push and influence, like, I really think
Yeah.
we should cut this or add this, because then she's influencing the board.
So most of your miscellaneous.
We'd still be left.
Alright.
I knew you were gonna hate me for it, but.
No, it's hey, I like this.
So, all right, so we'll do that with each one as we move on. So 231 fire marshal, is there any discussion before we have a motion on that?
I know.
No, has anyone moved it?
No, yeah, we're gonna have discussions first and then we'll
Oh,
have
we are?
somebody make.
Well, yeah, we've been doing this, we've been doing
Oh,
this.
We'll be doing this properly
We kind
now.
of been doing it, but it's not proper to do it. It's
Not
not
proper.
discussion before, yeah, okay.
Who's gonna move it?
I'll move it. Can I move it? I move that we accept the fire marshal budget number 2331 for 26,328.
Second.
We have a second, any further discussion?
No.
No. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? It was unanimous. Next,
Jeff, you have to
232.
do this.
Yeah, you're up, Jeff.
These dispatch fees, hydrants, is there any discussion before a motion is made? No, can we have a motion then?
I move that we accept. I just.
32.
Line 232 at 48,900.
Second.
Any further discussion? No, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay, they're really great Bob Pollock.
All those, any abstention?
Pro forma.
So we had one nay and that was Jeff Brusack. Next, 234, emergency management director. Do we have any discussion before a motion is made?
I mean, I would recommend $1,000 cut in the FEMA equipment line. Nothing was spent a year ago. It was up, I think, shoot, the grappling for, I'm shuffling so much paper here. Does anyone have the There's gotta be a better way.
I know it.
Okay.
I just asked, is that the account that has the holdings for if we have a holding shelter or something like that? Is that what you're asking?
The emergency services
Emergency services,
manager,
yes.
yeah.
234, line 234.
It's number 232.
It's for the multiple generators.
Sounds like, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, yes. So, yes, so we did we did spend 24, 23, but we've upped the budget to 3554 growth. We didn't spend anything in the current year so far. That just seems hefty.
That was the generator maintenance, maybe? That
Did
was that
something
line?
new get added?
There's
into that?
another line item for generator maintenance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's 1,000 in the generator maintenance line. So, do you guys have any knowledge of why that would be why that would need to remain at 35.54. I'm just saying cut 1,000 off of it.
So the other $6,000 is the stipend? In that
Yes.
budget?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
but it's gone up quite a bit in this line, so that's why it. And there's not, you know, no activity so far this year. Up to March anyway.
I can ask him if you like.
Ask them if we can sustain $1,000 cut, given what we're up against.
Donna, have we been receiving the revenue? There's a matching grant on that salary,
It's on
right?
the website.
Okay, so we've been getting like the $3,000 back or whatever it
Yes.
is.
we've
Yeah,
been getting
okay,
it back. Yes, we've been applying for the grant and we've been getting it back.
great.
So does that mean that the cost is really 9,000?
Yes. the
Well,
cost is really high.
$3,000 off of the $6,000 stipend.
Okay,
It's a half reimbursement on the stipend.
Yes.
Okay.
So 10.5 is really 7.5. Right. Effectively.
Yes. Thank you, Mike. Very well said.
I asked him if he wants. I can't call out inside the building. He said, sure.
All right.
excellent. Okay, so I would, yeah, I would move that are you saying? Are you saying 10,000 is 7,500? What do you mean?
I was just, because there's a $3,000 reimbursement
Right, so we're
on
not,
the salary, the effective, there's a $3,000 revenue coming back against the 10.5.
so where does that go down? Does that go into fund balance?
General fund.
Okay,
We
so,
felt to appropriate the whole amount for,
Because it's a reimbursement.
there's a reimbursement, so you can't say, I'm gonna take that $3,000.
gotcha. How come you see my evil plan so easy? Okay. I move that
Might be
we,
the best,
I
best line of the night.
I move that we accept the emergency management director budget number 234 at $9,554.
Second.
Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So it's unanimous. Move on to the ambulance branch. There any discussion before a motion is made regarding the ambulance branch?
Yeah, afraid so. Okay, first of all, I think it comes under that budget, although, once again, I'm scrambling for the budget, yeah. That's where I think you guys normally show offset, you're not showing any on this one.
Right, because we don't put that in, that's always put in medical. We
So
don't,
we put
we
that
never
in
adjust
the
that.
offset. Can I ask you, just directly, because when you guys gave us Fund 17 detail 4 months ago, whenever it was, when we were, it seemed to indicate that there was more tower rental than what we've been putting in. Looked like it was more like,
So we get about
50.
40, 45, 46,
Yeah.
somewhere there.
no, that's different. That's,
We get about 45, 46, and I believe what the number is. But the amount over the 30 is what covers. We don't. In our budget isn't for holiday parties or meals or anything else that we do for the members for appreciation or.
what about all the good and welfare stuff?
That comes out of us. That doesn't, we don't pay good and welfare out of budget. At all. To do hamburgers, hot dogs, stuff like that for Wellington, it comes off of that funding, not off of. And also fund repairs to, my vehicle.
Okay, so you're saying that's,
It would be tight to go on higher than that. Off of
all right, well, at any rate, I think we need it, so we don't apply that when we're doing the transfer out, like the 30,000 offset.
You do.
Okay, I think that needs to be in there, and you guys have a placeholder that you haven't applied for union.
Yes,
It's very low, it's like 10% of what
So
we
they're-
calculated a few years ago is their share of our calls.
So we did get, we actually got the first check from them. It was a little lower than we thought, it was at 41.50, Donna. But they're only willing to pay for their residents, they're not going to pay for anybody on the highway. The call numbers to Union are down, I think we did 55,
Oh,
our numbers to Union are way down.
so unlike other towns, they don't have to cover the highway.
Do they have somebody else getting there? too?
We
No,
still
we're
take the
there.
highway calls, but they don't. Their 600 people aren't willing to cover the accident, like if we go for an accident. They didn't want that, we couldn't get them to pay. We got them if we go.
So
pick
they
up
want
the
us to
resident.
pay for it.
This is where I've got.
And we don't have a choice to say we don't wanna pay for them in Wellington Highway section either.
Yeah.
We'll just cover the whole highway.
Yeah, 3X.
I,
Cause we're closest to the 60, we're
But we
closest,
should.
we don't know 69,
We are
but we
the
cover it. You know, so, I think that needs, I mean, how many calls are we doing there? Do you have that in
It's
your
been
head?
80 some years.
it's been 80 some years, I
I
think we
know.
did 60 last year total.
Yeah, that's
But
what I
that's
thought.
fire and ambulance as well, it's not just in only fire calls.
Mhm. Mhm.
I don't.
Well-
Total breakdown.
They have some fire. They have fire, some,
Trucks, yeah, they're
yeah,
fire
they have
trucks.
stuff, yeah, that's a mutual aid thing.
Yep.
Essentially,
Correct.
except we're in a primary service area
Pretty ambulance.
together. So we agree that we will be their first responders.
Yep.
But the Wellington taxpayers have the whole responsibility paying for that. So I think they could do better than 5,000. I don't know what that's based on.
Okay,
If you could revisit that, but
I
I
will
think
do
we
my
should
best.
put it in
I
at
didn't-
least for 5,000 this year. That's what I recommend anyway. So. Having said that, I would like to. Let's see, I would like to, sorry, I had to do that. I'd like, yeah, I would like to accept the transfer out ambulance grant budget 0 dash. What is it? O-004. At 6,627,629. Sorry, 627,629 for those viewing at home. Is that right? Am I working out the right number? Yeah.
So what did he take?
That is down. Did I do that right? Oh, no, I took too much out. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. I'm
Well, it
sorry.
depends what your goal is. You
Yeah,
might
I
have done
know.
it right.
Well, hey, it's bait and switch, Mike.
Didn't see that.
Okay, so let me amend that. So it would be 647. I'm sorry.
Are you trying to take 5,000 out?
677.
No, I'm trying to take 35 out
Okay.
for
I'll do the math
the
here.
tower and
Okay,
Union.
okay.
647. Okay, everybody said it was going that
Yeah.
one. 629.
647, I'm sorry,
647, 629.
thank you.
Second.
Okay.
I have a quick question before you vote, if you don't mind. Is there anything being applied from Fund 17? Okay, thank you.
No.
Put it a second. Is there any further
For us.
He said, yeah.
Ross seconded that.
Is there discussion?
I wrote down my
Is there
paper.
discussion? Cause I want there to be, is that good or not?
I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
The tower, that makes sense, and then the 5,000 for what they got out of Union.
Okay,
Yes, and the workers' comp insurance, we have a final rate, so you can take off $1,564. Okay, and that's coming out of the expense where they have budgeted $20,000 for workers' comp insurance. There's no increase, so this current year, they paid 18,436. Next year, should be budgeted to pay 18,436. So if you wanna take off
1564.
1564.
Okay, wait a minute, please, sorry. Yeah.
So,
Six forty-six.
36.
just make it,
Yeah, wrap it up.
sure, make it, that's perfect, like an even 1,500.
Yeah.
That's right.
36 five.
I lost your number. So I think the new number will be
Okay.
646, 129.
Yep, yes.
I have 646, 065.
Nope, 646, 150.
Okay, thanks.
What is it?
No, because we said make it even 1,500, that's why.
Oh, you guys said make it a 50.
Yeah,
50.
there is multiple.
To make it easy.
Well, that's not nothing.
Okay, okay.
I just missed
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna make my own number, because I just did the math and I trust it. So please accept the transfer out ambulance grant at 0-0-004. At $646,065.
Second.
So that's a total, I believe
Do we
that's
have
a
any
total,
further discussion on that?
yeah. Sorry.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So it's unanimous. We went to the fire department one. Is there any discussion before a motion is made?
There's so much miscellaneous in here.
I have an explanation for all of it.
There is good and welfare in here, by the way.
So the good and welfare, the only reason it's there was when they asked us to match line items. Trying to think through.
Oh, with the health,
Yep,
gotcha.
so if you notice that I think there's $300 there, we've never spent it.
Yeah, I took it away from you. I don't want you to have good or wealth. I think I was crabby that day.
I was just going to suggest 5,000 off of the fire equipment miscellaneous. I think it's in there 10,
We haven't been spending that.
and I understand that, I just want to say to the fire departments, because actually I'm talking about this out of both. That we appreciate the fact that you guys have money in your budget lines that helps you handle repairs and costs that come up without coming to the Board of Finance every time. And we understand that and we appreciate that. But I feel like there is some room in there. And especially in the case of Wellington One, because your main station is closed and not, I know there's still costs attached, but it's still showing a 5% growth year over year. And so I'm just saying I just looked at one line, so it could be anywhere you want, but I'm thinking 5,000.
And I'm sorry, I missed what line you had suggested.
The fire equipment miscellaneous. Or fire equipment
Purchase.
purchase, yeah. And I think it's in there. What's the total number?
It says 10,000.
Yeah.
And the other reason we haven't heard it, so we need. We'll make that one.
And the other thing is, last year we did, even though you guys coughed up some money back, we did start the new line for the bunker gear, moving that over from CIP. And that's some fire equipment right there that's now hardlined into your budget more. So I thought maybe we could handle this. So, So, I move that we, accept the, Wellington one transfer out number 0-004 at $185,100.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous. So on the Willing Hill Fire Department, is there any?
I just, if you don't mind, Mike McCoo, Wellington Hill, a couple of quick points on here. Just a reminder, if you look at, particularly in the vehicle maintenance area, we're very low on our burn rate so far this year. This is the time of year, always in the spring, when all of the DOT required inspections are done on all the fire trucks. So all the apparatus gets gone through for the DOT recertification, pumps get tested, ladders get tested. All that stuff happens this time of year, so we will burn through tens of thousands over the next couple of months. Our schedule is always late loaded on our expenses intentionally in the spring. Should we have a major failure during the year, the idea is that we can move money around. So we have set all those schedules for the spring purposely.
That's the part I was praising earlier.
Right, so I just wanted to point that out, and you'll also see very little money spent at 25 Old Farms across the street out of the building maintenance budget. And that is because we use the rent from the house to cover as much of the costs. Like we had to replace the entire heating system on the house this past year. And we've had furnace failures in the main building, so we are trying to spend mostly out of the rental income for those repairs before we use the taxpayer money that's in our budget for the repairs.
Thanks for that.
Can we take 7,000 out of that?
Out of the overall,
No, out of the building you were just talking about.
Oh, the 20, hang on, I got them on the wrong page, so building maintenance, 25 Old Farms.
Yep.
Yeah, the third, like the third line down.
Yeah.
Well, if you feel like that's the right thing to do, then
we'll
find a way to make it work.
Well, the right thing would be to give it all back to us, but we're not gonna do that.
So.
We're gonna do your right thing.
So.
How much are you suggesting, Rich?
$7,000 off. And then the other one is.
What are you using that for, just right now?
Yeah.
Training, we're doing our EMT classes over there. Actually, believe it or not, there's a fairly new Methodist church group in town that's renting it on Sunday mornings from us. Just to keep it used and help pay for heat. And we use it what's that?
The 8th grade dance is gonna be there.
8th grade dance will be there.
It's bad.
My 8th grade dance was there.
Mine was too. Mine was too.
They're, the office that's currently in the back conference room here for emergency management and stuff and bill paying and all that for the fire department. Because they can't be in the station 13 is moving from here over to there. There's all sorts of stuff we're using it for, yeah. Sorry, Easter egg hunt.
Distracted me while I.
Yeah, it's the new base for the Easter egg hunt and the Fish and Game Club, chicken, Mother's Day chicken barbecue may move over there this year. So they can fit more seating in.
Right, so the other figure I'm looking at is response software. So $2,000 was allocated this past fiscal year, and none of it's been used.
In the current, yeah, just because the bill for the year hasn't come yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a joint bill, there's 2,000 in ours as well.
Yeah, I remember that from last year.
Yeah, and that's, yeah, I was actually on that software tonight doing record keeping for training while we were having this.
Electricity house, so the tenants pay for that there, you pick it up if they move out.
Correct.
So how long's the lease there for?
I haven't been involved in the actual. I don't know exactly what the lease says right now, but I think we had been going May to May on the lease.
Okay.
It's a little bit of guesswork, but.
So what if we take half of that, $500?
Oh,
Okay, no, you said electricity for 25?
It says electricity.
Electricity house.
Oh, electricity house. Yes, okay, that was just to make sure we had something to cover move out because of has electric heat.
So that is our heat 25 Old Farms, another line item for,
That is the big building, the former church where we're doing the training and all that other stuff, yes. So if you wanna take 500 from the house.
I kind of want to just point out that the 5,000 cut we just made in Wellington One's budget, which is 18,000 larger than the Hills, is like a 2.6% hit of their budget overall. And we're already into
7,500.
making quite a bit more of the other house that has a smaller budget. So I'm just pointing that out on the fairness order,
Okay, and then radios and pagers,
and they're all volunteer.
it says, so approved $10,000 last year, we've only spent $14.89, or is that something that's yet to be billed? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And some of that stuff is already ordered. That stuff has a long lead time. So from the time we approve it to the time we actually receive it and then get an invoice, it's like 3 months. So that stuff's probably already been ordered.
Wants to wait for you?
Yeah, we'll wait.
Go ahead.
No, come on.
Yes,
Wait,
because I'm here on it.
I'll
No, well,
vote
we have
from
to,
here.
we have to stop someplace, so go on.
I don't think she minds hearing call-in responses. She'll be back for the vote.
That's all I meant, yeah.
Oh, okay. We can see Britt, but she's already tainted all of this.
That's the word 7,500. Yeah.
Yeah. So. There's no motion yet.
No,
Doing
I'm
that.
still talking.
We're doing that.
So you wanna-
No gag.
I don't have the gag word for me yet.
And Melissa, you can too, yeah.
Well, I was kind of on the electric thing, so that was already talked about, so. And I'm still frothing at the mouth on miscellaneous. Well. Just be quiet about it.
The reason I asked is it's so expired.
I
should have told you.
I've been getting it on my watch.
Okay, I was gonna say.
I didn't get that. She sent me a bunch of pictures that I didn't get.
I tried her not to call it.
It was 7.
I'm gonna-
75.
That's 7,000 out of
I should have.
building maintenance.
All right,
Electricity house, but
so do we have any, okay, so we need a motion. For Williamsville Fire Department.
All right, motion to transfer out Wellington Hill, WHFD, Wellington Hill Fire Department, $164,560.
Right, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, any abstention, unanimous?
That was 164,520.
Yeah, 560.
Sorry, yeah, 560. Yeah, that's why I guess say it out loud.
Art, this is your chance.
So I just make a request, can we just get reading out of the way, because it's gonna be probably gonna be faster.
Okay, go on.
Just as a note for the region budget, so the high school is not filling a vacant math position. That will be a vacant theater position, German teacher. resigned, and we're not filling that for the rest of the year or the following year. Our orchestra teacher went down to a 0.8. We eliminated 2 CIA positions, which are curriculum positions. One was vacant, one was occupied. We eliminated 3 Gen Ed IA positions, instructional assistant positions. There's a vacant position at the Depot campus for an IA we're not filling, and there's a Depot savings for retirement of $5,000. So all of that leads to the budget that it is, which is our share, on the back page, $4,806,966, an increase of 4.85. That's just. Yeah, it didn't change. I'm just gonna use the background of what they did, but it was significantly
So all
higher.
those things happened and it stayed the same?
No, it didn't stay the same. It was much higher than that. It was much higher.
Originally, it was like a 8 or a 9.
Yeah, I had the original.
Can we go back to that screen, Donna?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to give some background as to what the high school did, so they bring it down to that level. Which I didn't do before because no one really presents for region, so.
Cool.
No.
Okay, so.
That number is correct. I was just giving you background as to how we got to that number, because originally
Yes.
it was 301,199 as an increase, a 6.5% increase. So then we worked and worked and worked, got it down to 4.85.
Right.
That's good.
Oh, I was gonna say, if we can make any changes to this anyway.
Sure.
We can't.
Yeah. When we just go through.
Just goes, we could have a motion for that.
Yeah.
I move to accept the Region 19 budget, $4,856,966.
We have a second.
Second,
Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. So Arthur, Board of
So I
Education.
made it. Okay. I'm gonna leave with you guys.
Okay,
You have any discussion before a motion is made?
I have a discussion.
okay, discuss.
I think we should drop $110,000 at least.
It's, well, how did you come up with that number?
I like to figure more. I think that's probably. Be this.
Just for some context, while we were going through everything there. I did a quick total of all the contractual things, whether it be heat and electricity, whether it be raises, salaries and things like that. And my rough estimate of contractual and mandated increases, special education, to the increase was actually $542,051, which was more than the increase that's there, which is $433,090. So we did have some savings. We did make some reductions where we couldn't. So that work was done to be under what was actually contractually mandated through various areas. So just for context, we have brought stuff down.
And the overall increase is,
400 and.
no, I mean percentage.
4.43%.
You know, like I said last night, I can see where $200,000 would be possible. I mean, not then to tell you where that money comes from, but there's the facilities director. There's the excess cost grant, which you'll get again next year, and then $50,000 from wherever. In the operating budget.
I don't put any guarantees in the grant right now, unfortunately. I mean, there's certain ones, like the IDEA grant, is probably fairly stable, but there's some, especially with excess cost that I just don't trust. I understand your point. Just with the way the state goes, I don't trust any number that they give me, whether it be good or bad. That's when I say me again. Sorry, let me also say, at this point, I'm just speaking for myself, and any previous comments, it was just me. I do not speak for the board in any capacity. But yeah, I completely get your point. I understand your number. Walt's number. Personally, I feel it's fair. But I also will remind you what Walt said last night is that if something were to happen and we would need that facility director and we could split it with Ashford, I'm gonna take you up on the offer that we would come back to you and try to work something out there. I also will say, again, not speaking for the board, I know Jen's on, and I think Jen and I disagree a little bit on the state of the facilities director. I don't know if she wants to weigh in from the other side.
We can live with this number.
I'm,
Oh, let her speak first.
Jen?
I thank you for the opportunity. It's hard for me to have the discussion about removing a facilities director when we argued very vehemently that this position was needed. There's a boatload of projects that need to be done, and Phil, while he's an amazing superintendent, is not a facilities director, nor should he be. The Board of Education is charged with putting forth a budget that is the best possible fit for the kids and the buildings and everything that education consists of in this town. And that includes a facilities director. And as was mentioned, I think last night by maybe Jim Marshall, we have made overtures to Board of Selectmen to try and share that position. So it's not all on the Board of Education, and those conversations have gone nowhere. So we have made attempts, and we have had endless discussions about where else we could cut in the budget because we knew this conversation was coming. So a $200,000 cut in our budget seems, as you guys are seated at the table, just cut the facilities director position. But there's so much more that goes into that budget. And while you guys have gone line by line, I appreciate that tremendously. That's not happened in the Board of Ed budget. It's just this big number, and taking money off the top doesn't seem it seems pretty short-sighted.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Tracy Anderson? Tracy?
Hi, Tracy Anderson. I'm also a member of the Board of Education. Just another comment to something else to keep in mind. We still don't know what's happening with the Department of Education, which funds many of the grants that cover costs in our budget. And you can see clearly, Phil has included them all in there with transparency. Some of those, like Title I, Title II, we don't know what's going to happen to them over the next year or 4 years. And those grants pay for reading intervention, some areas of special education, etc. That that's well over. I'm not a numbers person. I'm a reading teacher, and I don't have the budget in front of me at the moment. It's a lot of money, and if Phil were here, he would be telling you just to tread lightly, because who's going to pay for that? If it falls on the state is already telling us they don't have a ton of money to give us either. Just to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
It's a good point.
So real quick, and not looking to debate, just looking to say numbers here is on Ed site, the government site for Connecticut. And it's showing that our system has about 81, not including other staff providing non-instructional services. So school nurse all the way to general education, we have 81. And I was also on a source where it breaks down a student to teacher ratio. I know before we were like 11:1, it's now dropped down to 9:1. So one of my questions is, it seems like R19 has been cutting positions. As we have student population decrease and we've had staff increases, have we now put a stop to that and now actually started reducing staff?
I just laid it out the other night about kindergarten, they looked there, is that,
Right.
is that
So
changed?
it's much more difficult on this low of a level to start considering reducing staff when you still have an influx of kindergartners, or not, I'm sorry, not kindergartners, right now it's first and second grade, where you have 3 classrooms, and then what happens is those teachers move up with the kids essentially. So right now, there's only 2 third grade teachers. Next year, there will be 3. Someone will fill in that gap. So we don't have to worry about having to go out and find a third grade teacher. Someone will just end up taking that spot. So the IA positions in region that were cut are not subject specific. They work with the departments, but they're all instructional assistants. Those 3 positions in total cost about $105,000. So they're not high paying positions. And they're not specialty positions. They don't teach a specific subject. They just provide assistance to the kids in the school. The rest of the positions that were cut are really, the vast majority of them are vacancies or reduction in hours. Vacancies that are just not going to be filled going forward. There's no way to look at reduction in staff in this district until you start seeing consistently lower kindergarten numbers for many years in a row that you can predict and say, okay, we're not gonna need the extra teachers in center. And a hall is a completely different story because I made this point last night. While there's 3 homerooms in 7th grade of 11, 12, and 13, I think are the numbers in the homerooms. You know, hall teaches subject specific things. So that just happens to be how the homerooms broke out. Could you have 19 and 18 in a homeroom? Sure, and only utilize 2 homerooms, that's fine. But you can't remove any of those teachers because they all teach a specific thing. They teach science, they teach math, they teach language arts, things like that. So staff reduction at this level is much more difficult and takes a lot more planning, and it's not where we can make any reductions now. It's just not, unfortunately. Like you make a reduction in maybe one of those 3 levels of grades, you're pushing 22 per classroom, and that gets to be very high, and almost to a point where there's almost no savings because Brianna might know, there's a level in a classroom where you have to have a parent and you're gonna have to pay that person anyway, so it's almost more cost effective to have this 3 smaller classrooms. So I don't see any way we could do any kind of staff reductions that would have any kind of benefit whatsoever.
I could be wrong, but I believe in the past, they've had teachers that retired or whatever, and they didn't fill those positions, right? At either school.
So we actually just had a para resign, and we're not filling that position because they won't be necessary in the coming years. So we have some savings.
Yeah, so like that is a practice that
Sure.
that
Yeah.
Phil and the board have.
Yep.
Well, last year they lost the position through attrition too, right?
Yes, sir. So
Paras are relatively low paid compared to a teacher though.
they are in comparison, but it also depends on the level of teacher too. If you have a new teacher at a low step, they're not all that well compensated.
I just hope that the Board of Finance, maybe even in later years here coming down, is that maybe there needs to be a restructuring of how the scheduling works, because current scheduling in the hall system kind of makes it where you have to have the teacher load that you have. My kids went to St. James and say they have the 6th, 7th, and 8th grades that to learn the different algebras, different specialties, and they're able to manage that same 6th, 7th, 8th, where they don't need the same staffing as what we need at hall because of this scheduling. How they break it down into the blocks and such like that. So hopefully there can be cost reductions to come. It's just the education department needs to make that step, so.
Well, we have to make that step in cutting their funding so that they have.
Well, encourage that, yes. Yeah. It can be done, though. Schools do it.
And do you
It's
think
different with a state, I'm assuming that's a private school, right?
Much less money than what they get.
It's much less money, but there's also much less mandate on what needs to be taught and the
state driven. They're I had that conversation with administration. Cause I thought going to private school, they wouldn't have to do X, Y, Z, and they still.
I mean, there's still mandates, but it's,
Yeah.
there are still, I'm not saying there's none,
Yeah.
but a lot of what we're dealing with here is. It was 90% of your budget is mandate driven?
It's, well, to be honest, it's over, well, of the actual budget, you're looking at anywhere about 98% is
Yeah.
mandate driven. It's ridiculously high.
Yeah, it's not like it's discretionary, like, oh, we just want.
Well, I have to say true to private schools. I mean, this public schools are mandated to take kids in from the private schools for remedial services. So that expense is not usually on the private school.
Yeah, Peter. Peter Wolfenich, 97 Trask Road. Interesting as this discussion is, it's really for the future. And I'm more focused on the exercise you're going through right now in getting to where you need to go. And I would suggest that in a $10.5 million budget, the proposal that was made for a $200,000 reduction is quite reasonable and proportionately insignificant compared to the cuts you've been making to the general government side of the budget, where budget cuts have already occurred on a large scale by our Board of Selectmen. This is, again, what the community finds frustrating. There never seems to be any willingness by the Board of Education to work with the town on the budget. It's always a take it or leave it. We have mandates, and that's that response.
Contrary to that, Pete.
There's no, I didn't interrupt you, Stephanie.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. This is present to speak kind of lengthier, yeah.
I apologize, I defer to your board prerogative.
I have to respond to that, Pete, because
Well, I was going
you
to.
keep saying, so I'm sorry, Steph, but
Oh,
you
okay.
keep saying that 200,000 out of a $10 million budget, and I'm sorry, Steph, but it's not. You're asking for 200,000 out of about 200,000 budget, because again, when you're looking at anywhere from 95 to 98% of this budget being mandated and not optional, that's not anything that can be removed, like, you can't remove, you're not actually working with 10 million. You're working with a couple 100,000. That's what makes it difficult. So it's not 200,000 out of 10 million. It's 200,000 out of maybe half a million, 300,000, like that's what you're looking at. So.
I also want to just chime in as a Board of Education member. I feel like it's important for us to be able to speak to this topic. If folks who are casting aspersions about our willingness to work with the town as far as budgets go, watched one meeting during the budget season, even just one, you would see the work that goes into this budget and understand also the fact that there's multiple discussions per meeting about what we can do to make our budget more palatable to the town, because we also understand that that's a mandate. We have to have our budget voted on. So that's a huge facet of our budget process is understanding that piece of it.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jen. But
Tracy, your hand back up?
I think hers was
Tracy?
left up, but I
Okay,
think I
she's
saw
up.
Brianna Ross's during the whole thing.
Go ahead, Stephanie, miss that.
Brianna's had
All right,
hers.
Brianna?
Hi, thank you. I'm just rejoining the meeting after bringing my daughter to the emergency room. So unfortunately, I've missed most of your content, but I know that my fellow board members will fill me in, of course. I just wanted to bring your attention to our document, page 6, where it mentions all of the grants that we apply for and use to help offset our budget. The total reductions is $716,741. So that's an example of things that our group is doing to try to help the situation. And also we always give money back to the town at the end of the year. So that shows that we are doing our best to contribute to the group as a whole after we do what we need to do for our students. And I would love for anybody to go ahead through our entire budget and let me know what in there is additional or unnecessary or something that our students just aren't worth having. So anyone is welcome to do that, and we'll see you Tuesday night at our meeting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I say what I've been doing? with exactly what Art was saying. That, you know, on this $10 million budget, 200,000 is 2% of that. Is sent roughly, which is if they have like, what you said earlier, 98% of contractual driven costs. That's their funds, that's everything else. So even taking out, and frankly, this is the building, the facilities manager is not a new position. I know we're looking for cuts, I know it's not filled yet, but a capital project is imminent, more so than it's been. We've been talking about it for years. It's more teed up than it's going to be. It's in the near future. So this isn't the time to say that that's not important. We'll just sort of make do, or we'll go to the Board of Finance then, because then it's now. I mean, we're gonna be hit up with that probably in this next fiscal year. So I don't see undoing something that they already cut to preserve for the existing fiscal year. I don't see cutting that now.
$81,000 guy is not the guy to work on a $90 school.
Exactly, but they're talking about a shared arrangement. Or maybe,
But if they don't do a new school and they have to do repairs, it's gonna have to be done piecemeal. And they're not gonna need a facilities director to oversee a project. It's gonna take years.
Yes, they will.
Yes.
are you kidding? Not at the level they're talking about. We're not talking about just a few repairs here. We're talking about heavy
No, you know what?
renovation.
You hire a consulting firm, okay, and you pick the firm, and you tell the firm what you want the outcomes to be of the research that they're doing. And that's what's happened with the new school projects. This project too, which has either been to totally refurbish, to build a new school, or to add on to the school. So you pay a company $100,000 and you tell them, this is what I want the results of this study to be.
No, you don't.
That's what the results of
You're
that
out of your
study
mind,
is going to
Bruce.
be.
Sorry, I gotta step into this
Yeah.
because
They've
I don't
had-
know what
they've had,
experience you have doing
They've had 3 studies done now.
correct, and each one has proven that the need is significantly greater than what you guys are even contemplating. The process for this, yes, I'm curious where you get that information from, as to this being an arbitrary or a forced result from an outside professional who's licensed. Very much could be in question if he's putting false, due diligence that isn't in line with the actual need. I couldn't do that professionally as an architect. I don't know what experience you have designing school buildings or doing studies on school buildings, but that's what I do for it. The result of this is a comprehensive analysis of multiple trades of engineers and professions, all who participated, and then was independently estimated as a part of that team. That's the reality of the situation. And to just go in and arbitrarily make statements based on nothing is absurd.
It's not arbitrary, okay?
Oh,
When
it
you
is.
tell them, this is what we want the outcomes to be, then that's what the project is going to be.
The job was an assessment of the existing facilities.
Who's watching our interest in that? Who is?
Well, I don't know if the school administration's looking out for our own best interest
Well,
with
right,
that.
but it needs to be somebody with the skill set to know that what's happening is unfolding the way it's supposed to be, and that the things are being done the way they're supposed to
The
be.
reality is it's so money, because without that professional oversight, it costs you more to do the damn project.
Well, yes or
That's the
no,
reality
okay,
of
so you take on a company that's going to do the whole project, they can provide on-site services as far as the facilities director goes to oversee the whole project.
You want the same
With a lot of
contractor paying to do the work, to do the oversight work? That's not the smartest play.
Even Ralph Tillis will tell you that.
I mean, it's.
Ralph will definitely tell you that.
Respectfully, I mean, the chip on the shoulder on this is absurd, and year and year again,
What is that?
it's just out of control.
The hands usually.
So if you're gonna make statements, I expect
I think
they should be grounded in actual research due diligence. In fact, if you wanna have the discussion, I'm happy to have it with you.
I don't think we need to.
No, I don't think we do either, because this is Depp eaters. It has been all season long.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Bruce.
All right, any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I move to accept the Board of Education budget at $10,202,307.
Put that back up on the board, Don.
Second. 10,202,000.
I want to see the figure up on the board.
Okay.
What was that figure?
10,202,307.
Right. We had a second.
Yes,
I seconded.
All right. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nays. Okay, 3 nays.
We
Any
need to do a roll
abstentions?
call.
Yeah, that's what we can do with that before. Okay, Jason,
Yay.
Christina,
Yeah.
Jeff,
Nay.
I'm an A. Walt,
Nay.
Stephanie.
Yay.
All right, so it failed. So I'll put out the next motion, and that's, so it's item 63, no, item 61, Board of Education, which presently is at $10,202,207. No, my collection is $307. Remove $200,000 from that, bring it down to $10,002,307. Right, we have a second for that motion? No? They're doing another motion? I'll vacate that motion I made.
I'll make a motion. The Board of Education to take it down 110,000. Which brings us to 10,092,307.
I'll second that. Any further discussion on that?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think that's a bad decision. I understand you're right. I understand where you're coming from about not being able to hire somebody for that much money for the facilities manager. However, if the Board of Selectmen ever do come around and participate in the discussion to sharing that, they could chip in more. Or if it comes to fruition with Ashford or another surrounding town, they would just be adding to that. You can't still have the need and try to interview people with zero salary to put out there. You gotta have something in there, and if we're trying to do it with other people, it will help the cause if we say we have this much money allocated that we can put towards their salary and benefits. It's just too much, like was it the Public Works Administrative Assistant? I know it's not as much money, it wasn't making them full-time. But we said that they're doing a lot of work with the grant writing and all of that. Bill is doing all of that right now. He's trying to be the superintendent. He's trying to write the grants to try and minimize their budget. He's also trying to play project manager for all of the maintenance that comes up at the school. And he's not, most of that's not in his direct job description. I don't think taking that money out of there is a good idea.
It's not like we're taking money out, it won't be able to be replaced again in the future. I mean, if the need comes up in the future, the Board of Selectmen come to us and tell us that we need money for a facilities director. I think that we would step up and provide that money to them.
But we've already seen that the Board of Selectmen, maybe not all of them, but it's been shown that they're not willing to do much of anything to help with the school projects. We had to put back some of the money that they took out of that. We undid what they were trying to take more money away.
Because the budget was really excessive.
But it's not, like, Arthur said it, it's a $10 million budget.
We're not talking about just that budget, we're talking about the entire budget. I mean, originally when it came to us, it was around 14%. And they had to do what they could to get it down as much as they possibly can, and it's still not at an acceptable level for voters. We saw the budget get voted down last year, and it wasn't this high. So that means if we go to referendum, they're gonna vote it down, and we're gonna be back here doing this again, and we're gonna have to do the cuts eventually.
Or maybe people are tired of kicking, we hear it almost every meeting, all of these projects just keep getting kicked down the road. We're kicking the can, we can't keep kicking the can. Well, how are we not gonna kick the can if we're not doing anything, not doing everything we can to fund what we have? Nobody wants to pay more taxes. I understand. I don't wanna pay more taxes. Nobody, there's a lot of people that it's a struggle for. I do understand that, but there's no way anything in a town can get fixed or be maintained without paying those taxes. Jeff, last night made a comment, we're a frugal town, we always have been, and it's worked for us. Yes, it did for a time, but we're at a point now where that frugality has gotten us to where we're at. We can't continue to be as frugal as we were. The price of everything is going up, and the fact that, labor is going up, materials are going up. None of these projects are getting any cheaper. It's just it's a hard, unfortunate reality that we have to pay more money. I understand nobody wants to do it, but we also have the responsibility to make sure that it happens, that we do maintain the town. How much longer can we stay an incorporated town if we don't fund any of our stuff, any of our projects?
And if we, actually, to me, it's a smart move for the operating budgets or for the annual budgets to really press for this movement now, because we are, the economies of scale we can recoup that are more like at least $500,000 is in consolidating the schools, one way or another, in a renovated one place, one bus trip a day, the need for a nurse instead of multiple nurses and the duplication we have now in our two facilities. Whether it's a new build or renovated, consolidation, that's where we're really gonna save in the annual budget. That's our opportunity. And the buildings are going, I'm old. I'm tired, it's late.
Just a quick point.
My sign.
Just to your comment, Bruce, not to drudge up the demons of last year, but getting this in the budget last year was a fight. I understand last year we had additional things in here as well. I just would hope, should this position get removed and then we do have the need for it and do come back, that's the way, I just do hope that the board would be accommodating to that.
I think the board would accommodate it.
Right, that's.
I definitely would, but I'm concerned about that, only because if we don't budget for it, how are we going to accommodate it? We don't have a savings account. But every single penny in our reserve fund is accounted for and spoken for. And it's part of a plan for something. So if we're not gonna put money aside, like, yeah, maybe we will find that there is some money returned and we'll be able to scrape something together. But it will be out of the budget. So then we'd have to find the money to pay for it in next year, and then also add it into the budget for next year. So it will be another increase that is big. So is everybody really gonna do that? Maybe. I would, but I don't know.
Andy,
Oh, sorry, I just have one question, just so I understand the board's frame of mind. Earlier in the discussion, you said on the board of selectmen budget, you said this year is not the year to add positions or increase hours. But you still want the same level of service. You made an impassioned plea about, we have to fund these things, we must do it. You're pretty free with the selectmen's budget, which is fine. We went through that, we presented a budget that we thought was workable, you felt differently, we went line by line just like you did. You didn't agree with our proposal, that's fine, and that's your purview. How is this different? If it was not, if adding people this year isn't good, why is it okay now?
It was.
It's different because it's already in the budget.
it's in the budget.
That's a zero
All we
add.
touched was the new positions.
Right, but you said we shouldn't add
Add to
people,
staff is.
we're still adding people, I don't
This
think
is-
I could get it.
Because this position was budgeted for last year.
Okay, but you didn't fill it.
No, but that money was already there.
Okay, but if now is not the year to add
It's
somebody.
just like the rec-
The money's already there, like with any of the other new positions, we would have to come up with that money. This money is already there.
Okay.
It's not an
So-
increase.
But now you're adding to it again.
It's not an increase from last year.
There's no increase.
No, the talk is, do we keep it in or do we cut it completely? It's the same concept as the assistant rec director position, which right now it's currently empty.
Right.
Nobody has it.
Right.
So the suggestion was to just eliminate it for next year.
Postpone it, right?
But we didn't. We put
Right.
it, but we put it back in
Put it
at
back
like
in.
0.75%.
Okay.
So because we don't want it to fall off.
Disappear.
Yeah, because it wouldn't.
And we don't want this one to potentially fall off.
You know, the thing is though, is we don't have to have the discussion being about the facilities director. What the whole discussion is really about is just cutting $110,000. And wherever that gets cut, that's the decision of the Board of Ed.
Yeah.
Bill Stevens. It's not our decision, it's their decision. If
Yes,
they've got that money, they got the $75,000 or $73,000 in the cost, the excess cost grant. They'll probably get it again next year. Arthur's saying that there's no guarantee, but right now, as far as the law was worded, it looks like they're gonna get that every year. So
potentially, yeah.
that's right there. That's almost $160,000. So if we're willing to come down $110,000, they've still got more money than they had to start with.
Does it make sense to consider though that this person could be funded in part by what we're gonna need for the new fire department building needs?
But that's not part of the discussion now, okay? The facility director is not part of the discussion, okay? The fact of the matter is, we're asking for $110,000 reduction in their budget request. And as far as where that comes from, it's up to the Board of Education for Phil Stevens to decide that, and not for us at this table.
But
Then,
it's
then
more-
on that
but
note,
it's-
then, in that same vein. 98% of their $10 million budget is mandated. We can't touch that. So really, they're operating with a $200,000 budget.
100%.
If we cut 50% of their budget, we're really cutting them off at the knees. And I don't think we can do that. People have made comments about test scores and everything else. Like, we can't cut any of those services and expect anything to get better.
Well, they don't have to cut services to children. Nobody's telling them to deprive children of an education. Okay, but the problem is there's not the will at the Board of Education or at the administrative level to take any reductions whatsoever. And it's unfair.
They
We
have-
go to every other department, we take money from them.
They have mandates. No other department has the same.
We're not taking their mandated money.
No, you're taking 50% of the money that's not mandated. What other department have we taken 50% of their budget?
Right.
I
and
understand it's a
especially
bigger
it's coming
number,
in at 4.4.
But like, you can't keep going back and forth from a number, like a cash value and a percentage. That muddies the waters. Either we're going by percentage or we're going by dollar amount.
Again,
And you can't,
I don't have to make it sound like children are being deprived of an education. They're not.
if we go by what you said last night, or I forget, but multiple times you've asked, when are they gonna lay off teachers? That's depriving kids of an education.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Kids
it
are still
is.
getting an education, you've just got more kids in a classroom. It all depends
And then-
on how you choose to structure the classroom. And how you structure the use of your staff there. And I have to say something else, okay, if we're gonna discuss this, okay? If you look at the educational level of the kids at our schools, more than 20% of the kids are in special ed, okay? I've mentioned that to other special ed educators in the area. They think that that is staggering, that we have a level of children getting special needs and remedial education. Why? Why do we have extremely low test rates in our schools when other local communities don't have them as low as we do? That's a problem. So I'm not depriving kids of an education. It's the Board of Education that's depriving the kids of a good education.
I think that's a gross,
That is just,
that's a ridiculous statement.
All right, it's 11:30 at night.
yeah.
We got a motion out there.
Can I just say one more suggestion? I understand you have a motion out there, your motion's 110 less. What if, I mean, the Board of Ed budget is a separate line item on the referendum. You have general education, you have board of education, you have region 19. So what if that was left in there and it was just left to the voters to decide, and if they vote it down, then we come back and we go with it? I mean, that's.
You could do that with everything.
Yeah, we could. Well, I'm not saying that.
So we give them two budgets to vote on?
Well, you've got three questions on the referendum, and you can vote to accept the general government, but not accept the Board of Ed budget. I mean, there's that option. I'm just throwing it out
All right, so is there any further discussion? So, okay, so the original, the motion was already made, right? Yeah, the motion was made, it was seconded.
there. $110,000.
Reduced it by $110,000. Do you have the new figure up there, Donna?
Yes, 10,092,370.
$370. All right, so is there any further discussion? Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Seconded.
It was seconded. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
No abstentions, so again, we're deadlocked at. Jason, your vote?
Nay.
Christina?
Nay.
Jeff? Yay. Bruce Lawler, yay. Walter? Yay. Stephanie?
Nay.
Okay. So where do you want to go in discussion with this?
I think we put it to the voters. I say I would say we leave it as is and then go to the referendum. If we have to change it after the referendum, we change it after the referendum.
Right. And see where we have any other alternative, then we'll come to an agreement, so.
Yeah.
Donna, can we have a sort of recap of where we are with everything now?
Yeah, we skipped over, you know.
Still two more to go?
Yeah.
We skipped.
Oh, yeah.
Social security. Social security and employee
Insurance.
insurance.
Yeah.
But we have a $62,022 reduced expenditures. Is that
Oh, Walter?
after the 150,000? Yes, that after you put 150,000 back in the reserve for school projects.
And
That's a little bit of a misnomer because it was 23,000. There was a clerical error to start in library, so. I mean, you could look at it.
Well, no, that was corrected before we started. She's counting what we've had over counting.
No, let's go scroll back.
and how much are we able to do the corrections
Oh, so it is.
to the insurance and the social
So
security?
the insurance is $17,185 for the turnover loss. 25,000 for the driver that was not going to be taken out of the budget. So it's 25,257 plus 17,185.
What is that in?
That is in 831.
So, I'm sorry, is there a total
Yep.
savings off that 226? What was it?
Sorry. The total savings of 42,442.
442?
Yes,
Do you even have a way to figure out social security?
yes,
You don't?
7.65% of the salary.
Okay.
It's $2,600.
Move to accept the employee insurance budget, 831 at 184,221.
I'll second that.
Hey, do we have any further discussion on that?
No.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It would be unanimous. Social Security.
Was it 2,000 something off social security,
2,600.
2,600, yeah.
Yep,
Plug it in.
yep. There you go.
I'll make a motion to approve 1,811 social security and 101,569.
Second. All right, any further discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It was unanimous.
What was that savings?
2,600.
What was the total savings tonight, Donna?
Not 500.
I know it's not.
Just about 100. 107,064.
That next month.
Which actually means, given that we put 100 in, we actually did over 250.
Yeah, we still have to vote on the Board of Ed though, right?
Yeah, yes, you do.
Yeah, so I make the motion to accept the Board of Education budget at $10,202,307.
Second,
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Okay.
Any abstentions? Nope, so roll call. Jason?
Yay.
Christina? Jeff?
Yay.
Bruce Lawler, nay. Walter? Nay. Stephanie?
yay.
Yay. Okay. Next.
So, where are, so. Where are we? No, we're in Wellington.
I feel like we went backwards. We
I
were
know.
at like 1.94 mil, now we're at 2 point something. mil.
What are you talking? It's 1.8.
You know how we went backwards? To the right.
That's the revised.
Oh, sorry.
So we're at,
The light's shining on here.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. So what's the percent? What's forward now?
Yeah,
is the percent increase.
yeah.
So, divided by.
But does anyone remember what the percentage increase was, the last year, the first one and then the second one? That did pass.
7.54%.
Yes.
That's what we started with? Oh,
No, that's what it is now.
But that's where we're at.
We were,
7.1%.
That's what I said,
When I
we'll be
did the
back
math
in a month
wrong, we were at
doing it
7.1.
it was somewhat.
5% increase last year.
No, the first one was,
You have your
was like
correction.
this, it was like 7 something.
It might have been.
So what was the starting?
What
What was the starting?
It's something.
Triple the rate.
No. Oh, yeah.
That was 8.5. 8.35 was the starting point.
We're getting 1.75.
7%.
It
went down 0.14.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to do it.
So then,
Can you help us, Donna? Do you have something to share with us?
When I changed it to 99.5% collection rate, it's a 7% increase.
Okay,
Okay.
Good.
great.
So now it's 7.5 and it's the increase in both rate, 1.75 mils. This person should.
We have somebody who wants to. Is
I'm liking that.
that Matt?
Yeah,
They were in.
No, they're gone.
No, this bottom person now.
And so, only great.
So are we ready to move on?
Yeah, I think we're done with appropriation.
Present to speak, public participation is desired and encouraged. Speakers will be limited to time and appropriateness of comments to maintain progress, stay on topic and maintain decorum. Do we have anybody for present to speak?
I can't promise it's gonna flow smoothly, but 3 comments that I wrote down here. So one, it's been mentioned kicking the can down the road and such, but kicking the can, but the operational costs keep going up with no cuts to positions. Instead, we continue to add positions. Departments want to increase operational costs, even though we can't do so while also needing to maintain the infrastructure in this town. 98% is contractual obligations. I heard, I question that. I would be curious to see what those contracts are, and I'll get with Arthur later on that. If we can't afford a teacher, then we can't afford the teacher. And my last comment here is, we do need, it was mentioned that we need to know who we are as a town, and I agree. We do need to know who we are as a town. I moved here because it was a small town, rural town. Government was small and taxes were low. I'm worried now that the town wants to grow with government spending, but some, and not all board members, but some board members want to continue to grow government. I work with clients that come and look at homes in Wellington. I've shown 3 homes this week in Wellington, talking to them, why do you want to move here? And often it's because it's a rural town and it's low taxes. Continue to grow the tax level higher, it's just gonna continue to deter people to come here. If you're gonna have that tax rate so high, why not go to a Mansfield or a Tallinn or something where they have those services? So we need to cut, sometimes it sucks, we gotta cut services sometimes. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Anybody else for present speak? Arthur?
Arthur Richardson, 14 Berkshire Lane. I just want to thank everybody for sitting here, for being here so late. And I know Bruce, you and I have a disagreement sometimes, but I do appreciate the way you run the meeting and allow members of the public and others to chime in. I know it extends the meeting, but I do think it offers a valuable input to your decisions.
Thank you, and I respect what you do over at the Board of Education, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Yes, Mike?
I'd like to add something to present to speak. I don't know how to raise my hand on my device.
It's okay, you just talk, Suzanne.
Suzanne Chapman, Registrar of Voters. I'm sorry that I was tardy in signing on to the meeting tonight. And I was absolutely stunned to see that our budget was cut by $3,000. I'm very disappointed that we never received any communications from the board that there were questions or concerns with our budget. And for such a drastic cut to be made without any communication, any opportunity for clarification on anything is very disconcerting. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. There's some, oh, Mike, okay.
Mike McCoo, Clover Springs Drive, just very briefly, having lived through multiples of these meetings over the years, I know that this process is very difficult. And there's no way everyone's going to agree, and I respect the different point of views. I do find it a little inappropriate when we start getting into sort of more personal sounding attacks, like saying entire boards don't care to work with the town and stuff like that. And I think everybody works for a goal, everybody works for things they're interested in, and they volunteer their time to do that and to take the abuse sometimes. But we should all respect, just like no one should be insulting members of this board for trying to make good financial decisions. No one should be insulting members of other boards who have presented a budget and worked hard on it.
Point well made, Mike. Thank you. Anybody else? Oh.
Yeah, Jim Marshall, 46 Hill Road. I'm not gonna be as nice as Mike. Quite frankly, for the second year around, discussed the chair's comments. Not a personal attack, it's just to be in your general comments about Board of Ed budget, and this doesn't work, guys, if we're not collaborative. For example, Walter, you could have, you don't think the budget for facilities manager is enough? You guys could have made the discussion. What if we increase it? Maybe we could solve that problem that's being had. These are all discussions that should be had, but again, it's to just put your foot down on partisan nonsense is really unfortunate, and everybody's gonna suffer for it.
Well, I have to say that last year Walt did tell them what would be an appropriate compensation for a position like that, and they didn't believe him, and they decided to go down the path that they went down. And I do agree with you that I would never think that you would be as nice as Mike is, okay?
And part of the ship goes both ways, not in one direction.
So as far as student welfare goes, I'm sure I'm speaking for everybody at the table. I'd like to give my condolences to Phil Stevens and his family. Phil's mother passed away yesterday. His father, sorry about that. So Phil, our prayers and thoughts are with you, and hope you and your family are doing well. Thank you. And we have a motion to adjourn. So I think I'll win there.
There's some.
So in favor, say aye.
Sorry.
Thank you, John.
Stop. It's the library.